Good afternoon to everybody who's in here. We are celebrating my close friend Elizabeth's birthday. So hopefully you can all join in and help celebrate an amazing woman. Welcome to chat. Who is in here so far that I can read the comments of is Foxy Lady, Elizabeth herself, and Jody is cool. How are we all today? I hope we are all going great, and just know it's open panel. I have dropped the StreamYard link in there. Whether it's there at the moment, I don't know. But if you wish to come up and help celebrate Elizabeth's birthday, please stay tuned because we are going to do an awesome night. Well, day here in Australia, but night over there in America. So stay tuned. Hello. I don't know what's going on. Okay, let me know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Please let me know. Because I don't know what's going on with my volume at the moment. It's really fucking weird. Please let me know if you can hear me.
I hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Because I can't hear you at all. Hang on. Hello?
Hello.
You hear me? Awesome. Elizabeth, take your mute button off.
How do I do that?
Down the bottom of the screen, Elizabeth, there's a microphone and a camera. Next to the camera, there's a mute button. Press that. You've muted yourself. I can't hear you. Thank you, Jody. Okay, Elizabeth, take yourself off mute. I can't hear you. Oh my shit. I'm so sorry to hear that, Jody. That's really fucked up. I'm really sorry to hear that. Elizabeth, take yourself off mute. Jody. That's really fucked up. I don't know what's going on with my volume here, guys, because I can't hear Elizabeth. Can you guys hear her? What's going on with my volume?
Hello. Happy birthday.
No, I can't.
Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday, dear.
I can hear you, but you're very quiet. Adjust your volume.
I don't know how to do that either.
I can hear you, but you're very quiet. Adjust. All right, I don't know what's going on with my volume with having other people up here. I don't know what's going on, guys. So hopefully Elizabeth comes back up and we can hear her because I can't hear her at all. Oh, fucking hell. Is your son okay, Jody? I'm sorry to hear that, sweetheart. All right, Elizabeth, if you can pop back up, that would be awesome. Elizabeth, are you there?
I think so.
Hello? Sorry,
Hello.
guys. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear and see me?
Oh, sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure out you can all hear me, but I can't hear Elizabeth at all. Okay, she's dropped down again. I don't know what's going on with this, guys. I'm sorry if this is frustrating. This is frustrating the hell out of me because I want to celebrate my friend's birthday. And unless we figure out what's going on, it can't happen. Okay. Oh, good. As long as your son's okay. Hang on a sec, guys. Sorry. Oh, fucking hell. But yeah, I hope everybody is well. I hope everyone is having a great Friday, Good Friday here in Australia at the moment. It's still Thursday night late, I believe, in America. Sorry. But yeah, like I said, I'm trying my hardest to help celebrate my mate's birthday. Hey, Melody, how you doing, sweetheart? Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with my volume on my fucking StreamYard. This is weird. You guys can all hear me, but when people pop up, I can't hear. Oh, fucking hell. Elizabeth, try popping back up here again. Don't have your mute button on and turn the volume of your phone up because I don't know why I can't hear you. All my volumes are up. Oh, fucking hell. Is anyone popping? Elizabeth, are you popping back up or not? What's going on? I'll do this again. All right. Press that and come back up and see if it works because I don't know what the hell is going on. I've got 6 people in here and we're here to celebrate your birthday, Elizabeth. So oh, and while I'm waiting for Elizabeth to get her ass up here, I'll say it now. Thank you very much to everybody who showed concern to me the other day when they saw that I was in hospital. I was in there getting an nerve induction test on to see what stage my carpal tunnel's at. It wasn't anything major, but you know, a lot of things have happened. But I would save that for another day to tell you all. And today is all about celebrating Elizabeth's birthday. It's not about my stuff. So I don't know what the hell's going on with my volume with people coming up. Anyone's welcome on panel. It's open panel today. We can talk about whatever. But like I said, today's the main purpose of today's is, hey, Kitty Witty. My main thing for today is to help Elizabeth celebrate her birthday. And it's very difficult when I can't hear her when she's on panel with me. Could you guys hear her? Because I couldn't. I don't know what's going on with my freaking StreamYard. It's fucking annoying. Fuck. Foxy Lady, Elizabeth, your birthday day after. I don't know who that is. Excuse me for a sec. No idea who that is, Miss Foxy Lady. No idea. Oh, it's just frustrating because, like I said, okay, I don't care who it is, but can someone please pop up here to see if the volume works on their end? Okay, here we go. Hang on. Hello.
Hi. Hi.
I can't hear you either.
You can't hear me either? I can hear you.
This is fucked. I don't know what's going on.
I can hear you.
Oh, don't tell me I'm going to have to stop this live and start all over again.
'Cause I can hear
Can't
you.
hear. Hang on. Melody, you're muted. Oh, no, you're not. That's weird. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I can hear you.
All right, Melody, I can't hear you, honey. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to stop. Hang on. I know what I'll do. Wait a sec, guys. I've got an idea. Melody, stay put.
Okay.
All right, try talking now.
Can you hear me?
Now I can, yes. Oh, thank fuck. I was thinking, what the fuck's going on with my phone? How you been, doll?
I figured I'd come up to see maybe if it was hers, and I figured I'd try it to see if it was. But
Nah, I think because like she's been on panel with me plenty of other times and it hasn't happened, so I don't know.
same with me. I've been up on your panel before and it never happened.
Exactly. It's very weird. Yeah, well, I talk to her on the phone all the time. There's no problem, but through here it's a problem. I don't understand. But how have you been? What's been happening in your neck of the woods of Canada?
Oh, I gave my son his Easter stuff early.
What's happening?
I gave him his Easter stuff early.
Oh, cool.
And he was just bouncing all over the walls. He couldn't wait to get to the toys from the Kinder Eggs. And I bought him small Kinder Eggs, and then I got medium Kinder Eggs, and then I got him this huge Kinder Egg. And all
See, I don't like. I used to, when I was a very young kid, we hardly got any kind of junk food as kids as well. And when it came to Easter, my mum's parents and my dad's mum, because I don't remember my dad's dad that well, they used to always give us Easter eggs, and I used to love Easter chocolate. I used to love it. I eat it now, and it actually makes me sick to my stomach.
Easter egg hunting in our house. My mom would hide them everywhere, and we'd have to go. We'd have to go upstairs, and then my mom would hide them all around the house, and we'd have our baskets, and we'd like go running around the house looking for Easter eggs.
Oh,
she'd get these eggs that are like this big. They're hollow Easter eggs, and then she'd get icing and put our names on it.
Oh, your mum's very, very creative.
She gave my little sister, who was the smallest at the time, she gave her a plush toy with, so she wouldn't get as much chocolate.
Oh, Jodie's saying she bought herself an Easter bunny.
Me, I think by the time I was doing my
I don't
son's
know. Sorry to cut you off, Melody. I don't know, Elizabeth. You're going to have to track him down, honey, because I don't know.
Who?
Oh, fuck it. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking tired. I hardly slept when I finally got back to sleep after 2 a.m. this morning. I cleaned up my lounge room near my front door a little bit. Well, a lot. And I was going to clean up a little bit later, but I'll do that after the live. So that way I can have something else to do. But yeah, like I said, it's Elizabeth's birthday today. So trying to celebrate her birthday. She's having miraculously issues with her phone. But like I said to everybody, it's open panel. So if you want to pop up here and say happy birthday, feel free. If you just want to type it in chat, that's fine too. I'm not fussed.
Yeah, me putting my son's big basket of stuff together, I was picking at chocolate and eating it at the same time, and these little jelly bean things. And then he goes and tells me, right when he gets at the bottom where the jelly beans are, he gives me this egg. He's putting the jelly beans. He's opening the package that they came in. Okay.
Can you speak up a bit?
He's opening them. He puts it in this egg.
Aww.
And he goes, "Here, Mel, you can have it.
Oh,
This is for you." He's
your
like, "I
son's
don't
a
like
very giving child.
He's like, "I don't like jelly beans anyway." And he did this. He did this for me. With his speech teacher.
Okay, I'm losing people all the time on my panel. I don't know what is going on. But okay, Elizabeth, Elizabeth, I adore you, hun. You know that, but please stop sending me my own StreamYard. Stop sending me my own live. I know that I'm live. Keep sending it to me. You need to stop. I'm the one that sent it to you to let you know that I'm doing it. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with my StreamYard, guys. I really, really don't. So if you pop up here, please pop up and be prepared for the fact that you might be dropped. It's not intentional. I promise all of you that it's not. It's just that I don't know what's going on with my StreamYard. So I apologise for that. Oh, Elizabeth, get your ass back up here. It's your birthday. Help by being here and try to fix whatever's going on with your volume when you're live or whatever. Just get your ass back up here, please. Because today's live is for you, not for me. So Missy Elizabeth. So, okay, Foxy Lady, Elizabeth, Jody is cool. If any of you want to pop up here, feel free. Like I said, I just don't know what's going on with my StreamYard. I honestly don't. Oh, okay, I just don't want people thinking that I'm disconnecting them from my panel out of spite, because I'm not. Yeah, people keep getting dropped. I don't know what it's pissing me off though. It's not stressing me out. It's just pissing me off. But like I said, thank you to all the people that showed concern to me when I just said that I was checking in at the hospital. I really appreciate that. I assure you all that I am not in hospital, as in a patient. I was there as a special guest, like I said, for a nerve induction test. Okay, so okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about Elizabeth for a second here, and she'll love this if she's still in. Hang on, Elizabeth, are you still in here? Let me know who's in here, please. Just because if no one's going to talk, I'm just going to slowly lose my shit. Not any of you. It's just the fact that I don't know if the volume's working. Melody, I don't know what happened there, Dale. I'm really sorry about that. Hopefully I can get it sorted sooner rather than later. Because it's really starting to piss me off. I don't know what's going on. Please let me know if you okay, Melody's let me know she's in here, so you don't have to let me know again, Melody. But thank you for you're here, Jody. Thank you. Is the birthday girl and my other bestie here as well, which is Foxy? Yes, my other bestie. Yes. Now, where's Elizabeth? Not everybody wants to be in on YouTube, honey. So don't get upset if people don't come in here, okay? Elizabeth. There she is. I don't know who that is. Elizabeth, I don't know who that is, so I can't invite people I don't know who they are. I'm not friends. As far as I'm aware, I don't know who that is. Seriously, you should talk to me about this beforehand. I don't know who half these people are that you want me to invite. Just because I have a YouTube channel, honey, doesn't mean I know every other person who has one. Thanks, Foxy. All right, guys. I'll be back in a moment. Okay. Like I said before, I can't now invite people because I'm now live. You're going to have to do that, not me. It's your birthday, honey. Who you want here is who you want here. All right? If you want, like I said, Elizabeth, if you want those people here, you're going to have to invite them because I can't. For some reason, when I'm live, I can't send out invites. I'm sorry, but I can't. Anyway, moving on from that until someone else comes up and I strain to fucking hear them. But anyway, as I was saying, I'll give you a little bit about Elizabeth from what I know of her. She is an amazing person. She is a very loyal friend, and she is one in a trillion, you know, like she always has my back when I need to talk about something or if I'm pissed off. She manages to calm me down. She is a unique person. She's very special to me, and I think that I'm very, very, very lucky to be able to call her a friend. She's been with me since I did Facebook Live, and she stood by me through all the bullshit and has seen my point of view on almost everything. And she's welcomed me into her heart like I'm her daughter, and I absolutely love that feeling. And yeah, she's an incredible person, and if anyone's lucky enough to know her, just remember that she's very fragile at times too. She can be very vulnerable, and so can I at times. But the thing is, though, she always manages just to know what to say. And she's an amazing person. So, like I said, if you get to know her, she's awesome. She always manages to make me, well, not always, when she's feeling a little bit down, she doesn't make me laugh then. I try and make her laugh to remember there's always a bright side to everything. And she helps me realize that too. So, like I said, and then there's a lot of people I want to express my gratitude to, but Elizabeth being her birthday, I'm extending it to her today. So, and I can't. Hang on, sorry guys. I just want everybody to know that, like I said, I'm trying my hardest here. I'm really trying. I am going to be back in a sec. Sorry guys, I've got to get a drink. Give me a sec. Okay, the world needs more Adrians. Okay, no worries, Elizabeth, if you say so. If anyone, like I said, Elizabeth, get your ass up here. It's your birthday. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. This live is all over the fucking place, and I'm sorry for that. Please, okay. Yes, Elizabeth. Everyone, just about everybody is telling you to get your ass up here. Foxy lady, get your ass up here too. Everybody get your ass up here because, this is pissing me off because I need to work out what's going on. This is why I tell people if they're going to be a guest on my panel for their birthday or whatever I'm celebrating, try and be backstage before I go live so we can run through a few things, but nobody listens to me. I don't mind though. It's all spontaneous, I guess, but like I said, pop up here, Elizabeth. I don't know. Scott who? I only know one Scott, and I don't think he'll pop up. Thank you, Foxy. Okay. Who is my guest? There's no one backstage. I got a beep to say someone's backstage. Oh, this is pissing me off. All right, guys. If no one wants to pop up and help celebrate Elizabeth's birthday, that's annoying. I need to start scheduling my lives, I think, instead of just going live on the spontaneously. Who's got an embarrassing story they can tell us about Elizabeth? Sorry. Like I said, I don't know what's going on with my StreamYard link with not being able to hear Elizabeth when she first popped up here, but I don't know. Oh my god. This is annoying, girls. Come on. I couldn't see you though, Melody. That's the thing. It's all right. Just leave it for now and let Elizabeth come up here when she's available. Oh, come on. Elizabeth, I'm doing this live for you, hon. All right. I'll keep rambling on incoherently. I'll tell you all now because Elizabeth's not popping up, so I'll tell you all a bit about myself that happened the other day. Nerve conduction tests. Oh my fucking god, do they hurt? And my arms still fucking hurt. My hands both still hurt. But on a brighter note, apparently I have no sign of carpal tunnel in my left hand. I don't know, Melody. I honestly don't. I have no sign of carpal tunnel in my left hand whatsoever anymore, so I don't know why I'm still getting the numbness and the tingling and all of that sort of crap. But I'm going to be speaking to my GP after Easter and ask if according to the lady I saw, she recommends that I go get a CT scan on my neck to make sure that I haven't got any nerve damage in my neck, because apparently that can lead to pain in the hands. So just know, if you've got pains in your hands, ladies and gentlemen, don't straight away just assume it's carpal tunnel, because it might not be. It might actually be a nerve problem in your neck. So I have to go get that sorted after Easter and figure out why I'm still getting that. My carpal tunnel in my right hand is worse than it was the last test I got done, which was before my surgery on my left hand. So that's fun considering I'm majority of the time I'm right-handed. And so I've got to wait to hear back and see what they're going to do about that. I have to go back to the hospital again in May for them to go over the tests that I had done in April, so must say next month, to figure out what's going on and what they're going to do about my right hand, because I personally don't trust the hospital I went to, because there's no way in the world that I could be still having the pain I'm having and they're saying that my carpal tunnel was fixed by surgery, because the pain I get these days for it is horrible. The nerve tests, oh my God, this woman, like, she's amazing. But when she was using this, like this wand thing, she didn't just gently place it over my skin. She pushed it so hard that it hurt so badly. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's just it. I can't afford a chiropractor, even if I could, because not many of them over here bulk bill, which is basically means that Medicare covers it for me. So there's not many chiropractors that do that over here. But I'm thinking that when I can afford it, I'm going to treat myself to what do you call it? A monthly or so massage on my neck, my shoulders, and my back. So hopefully that can help with a few things. And I would love to be able to get it done like once every 2 weeks. I nearly said fortnight, but a lot of people haven't heard of that term. And so I'll have to look into it more if Medicare can cover it, but I don't think they do, Melody. Not here anyway. Chiropractors just rip you off over here. And massages these days over here, it's like $50 just to get your, like I said, your neck. I think my brother said he got his done. I think he said he got his back, his head, his neck, his shoulders, and his back done. And it was only for like half an hour. It was like $50. So for me, that's a lot of money to fork out for only having someone touch me for fucking, no, it's worse than a fucking prostitute's fees. Yeah, see, heating pads give me the shits. Not the shits, but just they hurt me, which is weird. My brother the other day, he was an absolute, or last fortnight, I should say, well, last week, he was a sweetheart. He bought me some pressure gloves, and I found them and they're the ones with the copper in them. So we had a feeling they were going to work. And I couldn't wear them for a long period of time because it fucking hurt me. It felt like my hand was on fire. It honestly felt like, without breaking my hand, but it felt like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm trying to think of a really strong person here that would all all can know who I'm talking about, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Hopefully we've all heard of him. It felt like he was gripping my hand and really, 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 really hurting me, and it fucking hurt. Like, it was so painful. Okay, Elizabeth, stop telling me who to get on panel. I've sent the link out to people. If they choose to come up, then they come up. If they don't, they don't. And Elizabeth, like, agree 100% with what Melody said. It's your birthday. You get up here. Seriously, this is really starting to piss me off because, yeah, you want all these people to be here, but a lot of them will be asleep. It is late where you are. It's probably past midnight now. Elizabeth, get your ass up here. If you want people to celebrate your birthday, you need to come up here so people don't think I'm just celebrating a random person's birthday, because I'm not. You want to come up and celebrate your birthday, come up and celebrate it. If you don't. Hey, True Tam. Hello, sweetheart. How you doing? See, True Tam's here. Okay, I'm going to drop the link one last time for a while into chat. If anyone wants to pop up here, please do, because it's weird talking to myself. I do that enough even when I'm not on panel. Okay, who's coming up now? Let's hope this works. Hello. I can't hear you.
It's me, it's your Tam.
Oh, there you are. Hey, sweetheart. How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm getting ready to go to bed, but I just went to YouTube and I was like, Tammy's live.
I'm going to stop you from going to sleep. I can hear you just fine.
What?
That's good. It means my StreamYard's finally kicking its ass and working again.
Yeah, no, it's working good. Now, I might sound foggy still because I still have a bit of a cold, but I can hear you crystal clear. There's no slag.
Oh, good. Elizabeth's here too.
Hello.
Take yourself off mute. Elizabeth, take yourself off mute.
You're on mute. No, your camera.
You can stay on camera. The button next. Oh my Elizabeth, God. Take yourself off mute.
You're on mute.
Hey,
This is why I hate
Tam and Tammy.
There we
Woo,
go.
it's my birthday. We got Canadians, Australians, and North Dakotans, and everybody's celebrating birthday.
Well, it's not my birthday. I just came up. My birthday's in October. I heard party and I was like, well, I went in.
Okay, Melody's here too, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everybody.
Can we all hear each other?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so far so good. Okay.
Yep.
Who's the other? Okay. Foxy, now you need to get your butt up here. No,
You won't.
no, she won't.
Listen, no. That's my bitch. If she's going to go and put her voice on anybody's channel, it's going to be mine first.
Oh, okay. You've heard it here first. I'll just make. Oh.
And I've been begging her since I met her.
But you haven't had StreamYard before, though, sweetheart. So that's probably why she hasn't been able to be on your panel. But now you do. So.
Yeah, but I would have called her on like Facebook on the phone.
Oh, she said that she tried to call you today.
Oh yeah, I was in the bath, and then out of my bath, I went to bed. Yeah, no, I couldn't sleep last night for pain, and then we had thunderstorms and everything all day and rain again. Yeah, so I got in the tub, which I'm not a tub person, but I got in there with bath salts and everything for like 2 hours, and it really just tired me out. And I've had a seasonal migraine because of all the rain.
Far out.
But anyway, so yeah, that's what happened, Foxy girl.
Oh, I do have to say something quickly before I forget. That recording that I'm not going to go into detail with what it was, because if people want to know what it was, they're going to have to, oh, you're going to hate this. Foxy ladies here. Foxy?
Hey.
See, she's on my panel first. Oh, okay, so on my panel, ladies and gentlemen, I have True Tam, I have Foxy Lady, I have Elizabeth, and I have Melody.
What a panel! Woo!
That's it.
Birthday wishes, doll.
Y'all just witnessed me. You just witnessed me and Foxy breaking up.
What? No.
Yeah.
Oh, honey, she'll be on your panel when she gets her confidence up. I'm just. Oh, but like I was saying, don't break up on my panel. Fuck.
It's all right. I can be the bigger person in the room.
True Tam. No breaking up is occurring. It's a birthday party. Cough to get off, bitches.
Okay, well, I did that. I'm already medicated. I was going to bed. I didn't know there was like a party, but anyway, yeah.
Well, we can have a party on True Tam's on channel tomorrow. You get to bed. We'll do it tomorrow,
Or
True
you can
Tam,
just
on your
stay up
channel
and then
with
we'll
your
just go
bitch.
there next. It'll just be a party train. We'll just go. We'll just jump from one house to the next.
Party
y'all have to
train,
stay up
party
then.
bus, stripper poles. We got it all. And then I got hot. And then I got hot.
Oh, hey, by the way,
23.
my live yesterday got its first strike.
Oh,
What for?
What'd you do? What did you?
Elizabeth's
she-
dropped down.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Throw it to me.
The complaint was
This is gonna be good.
Oh,
Oh no.
scamming, and misleading on a free mental health channel.
what the fuck are you scamming for?
Okay.
Oh my God.
I have one question. If you scam somebody, aren't the scammers supposed to get something?
Exactly.
yeah, I know.
Sounds like you got your phone.
Wait. Come on now, y'all. Come on. So I'm like, so I appealed it because I'm like, you're fucked. And they denied it immediately. So that means now there's a case going against YouTube. And they're getting my dispute and my case against them for the 8 hours of hate on Dr. Bullshit's channel that I've reported numerous times. Not only am I supposed to be protected as a creator, but under a special category due to mental health in my mental health channel.
Well, way to turn.
But aside from that,
Speak up, Misty. Foxy.
aside from that, can anybody guess who might have striked my channel yesterday?
Oh, I can have a stab in the dark, but I don't mention their names on my panel. Could it have something? Does their surname start with an R by any chance?
Right. See, and it's funny because I started laughing right away and I was like, oh, so you still think this is a girly bitch fight? I mean, you can pull my hair, but I like that in the bedroom. If we're going to fucking go down, Sandy, you're reaching for my hair. I've already got my arm around your neck, your face in my crotch, and my fist and knees are in your eyes. Got it? We don't fight physical like that. I'm not pulling your hair and scratching you.
Did you check the knives?
Did I do what?
Did you check the knives?
The laughs?
The knives.
The knife. Check the knives. Anywho, so yeah, I mean, my thing is they thought that was their first punch.
Well, how come they haven't striked me? Yeah, I've said a few colourful things about them as well, but like,
No, Tammy, I have blatantly done 3 months worth of videos, all videos 7 hours or longer, blatantly stating that Sandy, Frankie, and Nicole Atkinson organized and executed the hit on Shanann and the Babies. I can prove it without the discovery, without a lawyer, without anything else. And I'm begging them so much to sue me for defamation that I'm willing to help them go fund the money to sue me. I'm going to defend myself, extradite myself, and I'm only a 2-hour flight away.
I'm coming with you, by the way.
I believe it.
But yet, they all have their own channel. Not one of them said shit to me. Not one of them's coming out and died what I said. And well, you can't sue me for defamation because if you do, one, it'd be cheaper. But B, you wouldn't have to pay Armcare anymore as monthly paycheck you pay them. And C, you gotta prove I'm lying.
exactly. To do a defamation of character, you actually have to prove that you've got what people are saying about you is ludicrous and bullshit, because it's what you did the other day with that recording, and how you're just like, yeah, don't bless me with your God. I could not stop fucking laughing. I'm sorry, but it cracked me up. It was just like, oh, this is awesome.
Like I said, I've been nice for far too long.
Yeah.
Yep. You've been
Um,
taken, and also with all your content that you've come out with, like I've always said that if I hear something on your channel and stuff like that, and I mention it on mine, I always make sure that I give you the credit for it. Or if I hear it on Mia's channel, or regardless of whose channel I hear it on,
Yeah.
I always try and remember to give credit where credit is due.
We'll put it this way. I have not been and will never be again in any sort of friendship with Dave G. Everybody knows Dave G, right?
Yes.
Okay. But I, to this day, give him the credit for being the one that found the piece of the bed sheet on the chicken wire on the back fence.
Yes. I pointed that out about 6 months after the fact, and I was like, how come with the fibers they found on the fence out the back, how come they never took that in for testing?
What about the truck tire marks?
How come?
Okay.
Yep. How come no tire impressions were made?
All of Shanann's and Bella's blood.
They messed
We
Okay, guys. Mia,
we don't
Foxy
know.
and Melody, if
if
you're going to
it's a
talk, you've got
tire
to
track.
talk up, honey, because I can hardly hear either one of you.
What? Not that. Is it the new one?
You have to talk
Sorry.
really close to the microphone.
Go
But yeah,
down.
I just find it bullshit that people out there, they say they reckon because now Chris is in jail and all the rest of it that they've got justice. No, they haven't.
No.
They haven't got justice.
Number one reason for murder ever is money.
Exactly right.
Number two is lust and jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been saying for years, we are a product of our environment, good and bad. I can tell when Shanann's lying or telling the truth because I was that girl.
Yeah.
I was that child. I was that. I saw her. Because like I said, if you've been abused in any sort of manner, you not that you want to be in this private club, and no matter what, whether it was emotional, mental, verbal, physical, it doesn't matter. Once you've been a victim to something like that, you then gain a superpower.
You're able to see what other people are going through without them having to even say it.
You can walk in a room. I can walk in a room right now with all of you, right? If I saw all your faces and we were just chatting in a room, and as I walk in that room, I can see, smell, feel, hear, and taste things nobody else can.
Yep.
Unless they've been in the situation I've been in.
Yep.
Right? Similar. So, you know, they say, we ignore red flags. There's always red flags.
Yep.
When I walk in a room, I don't see red flags. The room instantly turns red, and not the 50 Shades of Grey kind.
Yep.
So, for me, I don't need the discovery. I don't need anything else. I've got what each of them has said out of their own fucking mouths.
That's right.
Their evidence they gave of where they were and what they were doing, what they were saying that they shouldn't be, or not saying things they should be, things they were doing that they shouldn't have, or things they should have been doing that they weren't. And a lot of them knew way too much way before they could have.
Exactly.
Period.
The thing I found very strange, though, like people always contradict me with this. They're saying it took her family 5 days to get to Colorado. And then there's people saying, no, they were there before that.
Right. Connect the dots.
Mm-hmm.
We were all led to believe that they were the golden family, the perfect family, and Shanann and her mom were best friends and yada, yada, yada. But yet you listen to the interviews Chris, Frankie, they didn't get along. And we know they didn't get along because Shanann got kicked out at 16. She married Leonard by 19.
Oh, no. Don't forget, though, we're supposed to believe that she left home willingly.
With a slap in the face.
I just don't understand how, from my personal perspective on this whole thing, how is it that when they were able to get a welfare check done as quickly as they were?
Yep.
Also, the thing that I was listening to this podcast the other.
Hang on. You know Sandy's infamous vision of Shanann and Bella and Cece?
Oh yes, when she just shot up out of bed.
Yeah. That was at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. North Carolina time is 2 a.m. Shanann just got home. Shanann was late because of a storm.
Yep. There you go.
Nicole Atkinson called a wellness check at 9 a.m. and Agent Pat Cochran answered because her shift starts at 8. But when because it wasn't the 911 she called, it was the non-emergency like she did the second time. So when Pat patched her through, Nicole disconnected the call. Apparently she wasn't worried anymore for another 5 or 6 hours. She had time to go to Stephanie Kassender's house to look at it for rent for Josh and Cassie Rosenberg for a house that was never for fucking rent.
Now there you go. How do we know that she
stayed the night there or not?
Speak up,
I said,
Foxy, you're gonna have to speak up, honey.
Do you think that Atkinson stayed the night at their house or not? You don't?
No, but Atkinson's the one that came up out of the basement when Chris was in the truck leaving for work and him and Shanann's phones and watches got the alert saying the basement door opened.
Right.
And it was Atkinson in the house at 12:46 when she's supposed to be already on her way to the doctor's office when the inside house connecting garage door opens, because that's when they put the toys and the book on top of the garbage. And then last man out down the basement, put Dieter in the cage when Chris knows Dieter's out running around. That's why he's running around looking for Dieter, because Dieter's out when he leaves in the morning. He's left out.
Exactly. Because I've always found
when Chris walks in, he can't find this dog, and there's a stranger coming in and a cop. Right?
Right.
And he didn't go all the way down the basement stairs. He went like 1, 2, 3, looked, and ran 1, 2, 3. Then he heard him bark. Well, who do you think would have put him in the cage? Well, it had to be somebody they knew. Well, who dog sits? Atkinson and her kid. We lock up the black patio. We put the bar down. We go down the basement stairs, climb out the window without the screen because the windows are at hip level. I'm out over the fence, around the backyard, and back in the front before Coonrod's at the door.
Did that Life 360 say that it never stopped?
No, the Live 360 gave you the address of where she went to look at the place for rent. And when you look up that house and who the owner is, you get yourself a Stephanie Kessinger.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody was dead on Monday or Tuesday.
There you go.
Nobody. If the girls were in the tanks on Monday, they would have clogged the water truck on Tuesday. Troy said himself, the tanks are so full of oil, we have to empty the oil on Friday. But when they find the girls, Cece, by the way, is in the tank marked B.
That's right.
She's found first in the pull-up. She's got 9.5 feet of oil, which still isn't full. But Bella's tank's got a foot of sludge.
Wow.
But they were going to be emptied on Friday. So how did the bodies not clog the water truck, draining the water for 4 hours that day on Tuesday?
That's pretty sketchy.
Keeps going.
Just when you think this case is done and dusted, more stuff comes up.
It's not more stuff coming up. It's the way
No. What I mean more, I
presenting
mean stuff that's been there all along, but it's like
all
more. And then
along.
I'm finding
And you
out.
know how I know Sandy did this?
Mm-mm.
And for any of those, Sandy lovers, and I get it, I was one too. I didn't go near the Golden family. I worship them. And anytime a piece of evidence led me to a rabbit hole near one of them, I went, no. And it kept bringing me back.
It did.
All right.
I was raised by Sandy. That's why I could see Shanann.
Mm. Oh, she wasn't actually raised by Sandy, just someone a lot like her, like identical personality.
No, I was raised by her. No, my mother was Sandy.
Yeah.
Nothing Shanann ever had or did was ever going to be good enough, no matter what.
I can relate to that.
Now, let's compare, because God forbid it couldn't be the Holy Sandy. But we all think Lori Vallow's guilty, and Letitia Staunch is guilty, and Summer Wells, Candy's guilty. Oh, those mums can do it, just not this one, who's the only one sitting on the top of Gold Pile Mountain. They got the house, the contents, the wedding ring, everything in the bank. They got the insurance. Wait, Shanann's insurance. The individual insurance Sandy had on Shanann Bella Cece, which I don't know any grandmother that would think she's going to outlive her daughter and grandchildren, making herself beneficiary. Then they sued the Rusicks for the Anadarko insurance. I'm still not done. And what the biggest part everybody forgot, they gained her Thrive Company and half of Dirty South.
All right.
Shanann did not work for Dirty South. She was co-owner at the end, and until 3 months before her Lexus, she was still driving for 7 years in Colorado, the Explorer, which was a company vehicle, to Dirty South. Chris told y'all in February in the interview, yeah, they're still the best of friends. They were actually going to go into business here in Colorado, open a legal dispensary, and Shanann was going to run it from here.
All right.
So let's see. Did Chris get anything out of this?
Jailed one.
Macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, he doesn't even get Gatorade, okay? And again, like I said, I don't need Chris. I don't need the Watts. I never needed the Rusicks. I didn't need any fucking buddy else. And I'm to this day the sole survivor of Watts Island to make one dime of blood money.
Yeah.
And put her own work in.
100%.
And still only do it for justice for Shanann, Bella, Cece, and Nico.
100%.
I've never, ever, even when I told Chris on the phone, first thing out of my mouth, I'm sorry for your loss. All I want is justice for your wife and your daughters. He gasped, he teared up, and said, you're the only person that's ever said that to me.
All right.
So I'm not doing anything with theories. I'm not releasing anything I actually have. I have files being made, and they will be going to the FBI in Washington.
Awesome.
And like I said, Frank's flown out to Colorado to do 4 press conferences on less. I'm blatantly saying you did this. And you want to raise money now again so you can sue Armchair? Baby, if that was my granddaughter or my niece or am I anything, especially if I came into the windfall I came into, I wouldn't be raising money. I'd already be there.
Hmm.
So that's what tells me certain YouTubers are on the Rusick payroll.
Would not surprise me in the slightest.
Mm-mm.
Keep the drama going, keep the case talked about, all that.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucked up.
So by them pulling my hair on my channel, that just lit a fire under my ass even bigger.
Oh, far out.
Because now I'm starting 2 more YouTube channels, so then I'll have 3 channels. Plus I'm starting 2, one in a backup, just strictly Justice for Shanann, Bella, Cece, and Nico, and it will be my dancing ass all over TikTok, calling them out for murdering their daughter and grandchildren.
I look forward to it.
Love it.
Oh, far out. I just don't understand. Like as I said, we're led to believe that it took them 5 days to get there.
Well,
But
this is
yet-
the funny part, right? Like, they have no problem going on Armchair's channel or feed, yipping and yapping, and this one and that one, and even their little guard dog, the rambling mommy. Okay? Nobody's come out to bite. Nobody wants to bite. And Nicole, Frank, Frankie, and Sandy all have their own channel.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie did a short about Armchair and Lana and thanks for the laughs. Keep spending all their money when Lana was in with the Watts. Okay?
Okay. It's just,
I am blatantly accusing you of murdering your family, and I don't even get that.
Why would that be?
oh,
Oh, and by the way, Nicole Atkinson decided about a week ago that it was time for her to delete about 10,000 videos and photos because it's time for her to move on from the past. And
I
then
would never
deleted
do
that
that.
post.
I could never
Very
do that.
strange.
If I had photos and videos of myself with someone, whether they were killed or they passed away from a disease or ended their way of living on their own from their own hand, I could never delete photos of someone. Like my brother sent me a photo that was of my dad that was in a newspaper, and I looked at that and I'm just thinking, far out, man. Like, I could never bring myself to delete that picture.
No, I mean, if
Okay,
they're
so
gone,
this
that's the
is
last
my
place
thing.
that you will get. I mean, and that's
But
it.
Sorry,
this is
what
my
was that,
thing,
Roxy?
right?
Hang
I
on a
said
sec,
it
Tam.
on my live. I said, I've been mourning Cindy for 2 years now, and she's not even dead.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing to do, to mourn someone
That
that's still
never
alive.
mattered. So how is somebody who's lost their friend so horrifically already ready to move on with their life?
Exactly.
And
Is there something in that?
like I said, their silence speaks volumes.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Like I've offered, what do you call it, Frankie Jr. and all of them to appear on my channel and have their say. But the thing is, though, because my channel gets only like about 10 to 12 people in at a time, they're not getting the recognition and the attention they want so badly because, you know, like I said, I don't get many people in my lives, and I'm happy with that. But the thing is,
Guess who was partying in my live with me yesterday?
who?
Who was it?
Sorry, who was, Tam?
Lana Banana.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, all right.
That is our first ever direct connection ever.
Well, look at you.
Now, what have I always said, right? If I tell 2 friends and you tell 2 friends and they tell 2 friends and so on and so on and so on and so on, and I don't have to worry because I already know even before this shit started in the last month or 2, My name has come across many a big channel's lips.
Hmm.
Molly,
Mhm.
Armchair.
Mhm.
I wasn't on Armchair, but he had Molly on to ask her about me, the dancing girl. Remember when they called me a Scientologist?
I do.
Remember?
I do.
An Armchair called me a salesman.
And the dancing lady. The dancing lady.
It was a salesman thing, though, right? I'm like, what are you talking about, pot kettle? Because you're both. How do you self-dump? That's like the bullshit doctor. Her hashtag for me is true scam. Again, if I'm the scammer, am I not supposed to be getting anything beneficial?
Exactly.
That's so true.
Like, I'm confused.
It is confusing.
Like, if
Very.
I'm catfishing somebody, there should be somebody I'm catfishing, right?
Oh, hang on. Sorry to cut you off. I've just been informed that Molly's channels are gone
It
and
is.
she's banned from YouTube.
She is. This is like the third day, I think. Second or third day.
Say it with me one time. Karma. Karma. See, like I said to Sandy, God's pissed, eh? Like, I don't even in churches, okay? Because I believe in my God and only one God. I do not believe in structures, religions, or government-run things, or even the words they decide or what they think you should or shouldn't do or say or shouldn't say.
You were right about the spiraling.
Because if God wanted everybody to be the same and not be funny, we wouldn't have funny people. We didn't just come up with that. We wouldn't have loving, caring people. That just didn't come out of nowhere. We didn't come out with assholes. That was created here. Right?
That's right.
So don't go around like God hired you and you're in management. First example, Carolyn Cadle. What was her thing? What was her clickbait? To
I
get
can't
into
remember.
the prison.
I don't remember.
She was working for the Lord. She was going to help Chris write his Bible.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, direct hire for God, but working for Satan. Number 2, everybody remembers Anna. Anna was there in the prison in the ministry to counsel and do church with all the prisoners. Working for God again.
You know those are the worst kind.
Well, that's why God's pissed, because he's blowing them all out of the
Yeah.
water. For God's sakes, Trump's indicted.
Sorry.
Okay, let's go back to God again being pissed. Lori and Chad fucking were convinced they were the next coming.
Oh my gosh.
God's pissed. Tell me you were doing this on my behalf, you lying bastards.
Yeah,
Right?
It didn't work out very well.
Right? So don't go in. Now let's get to Sandy. So Sandy and her, oh God, and God brought them to me, and la 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 la. Don't say that when you're the one that took them. And 2, let's go to the story about how when you were little and you were dying because there were 80 kids and your mom didn't give a fuck about you. And you were literally dying at the end of your bed because of your asthma or bronchitis. I don't remember. And Jesus himself picked you up and put you back in bed and put the air in your lungs. You told that story with the camera pointed at your daughter's headstone, because you put her there, with your feet, telling this beautiful story, all while smoking a cigarette.
You're not allowed to smoke in cemeteries over here.
Hashtag
Okay,
God.
I'm not talking about the smoking in the cemetery. What did God save her life from as a child? A breathing condition. So you're going to spit in God's face and start smoking? Ever?
Hey, Rosaline.
Because if I was born with asthma or bronchitis, I'm certainly not going to ever smoke a cigarette. Ever. Okay, contradiction again. And then let me get you. There's another one with her and her God. Hang on.
Everything's contradictory with them. Everything.
Well, no, it's all a coinky dink,
No.
psychics and magicians.
Yeah.
You know, like Nicole Atkinson knowing that a bed sheet was going to be missing.
Yep.
And again, Sandy's vision and the gift, and she woke up the whole house, and fucking, so they're already dead. Shanann just got home. Like, she didn't even get her shampoo thing declined yet on her visa yet. But you're waking up everybody because she's dead. You're not texting her, you're not calling her. But by 8 a.m. Colorado time, you're calling the school. Then you're calling at 11 a.m. Then you're calling at 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. But you only just found out on camera at 2 p.m. with Coonrod on body cam that anything was even awry at 2 p.m. So why were you calling the school in the morning? And why did Nicole call wellness check at 9 and then disconnect and say, fuck it, I won't be worried for another 6 hours? And why did Nicole steal evidence out of the house without authorities knowing and ship Shanann's makeup bag to North Carolina, where the FBI had to ask for it back so they could test it on the fucking pillowcases, which means the makeup case was gone before they collected the pillowcases on Wednesday.
That's true. Oh, Misty's dropped down.
She may have fell out. She may have fell out. But do you get where I'm going?
It makes absolutely no fucking sense. At all.
Like I said, unless this is a punk, if Christopher Watts did this, and I'm wrong, he is going down as the dumbest criminal in history.
Agreed.
Nobody leaves that much evidence. Nobody doesn't not break something. The evidence that you left should have blown away in the big storm Monday night, but no, there it was on Wednesday, all dry as a bone.
Especially if something's bunched up like it was found. It wasn't like it was spread out, so it could have had a possibility of drying. If something was bunched up like that sheet was,
but we're
it would have
supposed
had
to believe a big,
wetness on it.
heavy blanket like this would blow away, and 2 children's heavy toys.
Yeah.
And then in February, we've got the agents asking him about those items again. He says, oh, I left them by Shanann, so they must have blew away. Well, the FBI already has them. They've been in the evidence locker for months.
Because I personally just find it very, very odd, this whole case.
Well, I find it odd that the heroes and the immediate family and coworkers knew shit, evidence, and facts before the murderer even did, or still does. And by the way, Chris didn't lie. Shanann did have a play date that morning. That play date that morning was Nicole Atkinson. Nicole Atkinson was also there Thursday morning by her own admittance, which was the infamous morning of the doll photo taken on Shanann's phone, while she was there with Madison to bring her the gender reveal envelope.
There you go.
Then on Monday, Nicole had a play date with Shanann. They were scheduled to meet and discuss and whatever, and then meet the new client she signed up for under her, not Shanann, Nicole, for lunch, and then go look at the Teslas for her new Thrive car she finally earned.
All right. I think it's when you think back to the phone call she made, she goes, I don't understand why they'd have a play date. They were 3 and 2. Like, I'm sorry. Are you saying that the kids couldn't have had a play date at that age?
No, it was about the car seats and who has extra car seats. Well, one, the downside for Chris was he didn't know who the play date was with. If Shanann said, Nicole's coming in the morning, we have a play date, that would have fucked everything right there. Nicole was the play date, and that was their story to lead everybody on the trail that Chris was lying. They said too much.
Yeah, and plus, my mother even pointed out that Nicole Atkinson was following Chris around the house like a blowfly, like a fucking shadow.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was very interesting that she pointed that out. And my mum doesn't have no offense to my mum when I say this, my mother doesn't have the best eyesight. So for her to be able to notice that.
Like I
hey,
said,
Montana.
If everybody were to go back, just watch that body cam, ignore Chris completely. Okay? And rewatch that with different eyes and watch how much you pick out.
Well, the look he gave her before he went into the garage was like, what are you doing here? Kind of look. And when he goes, she wasn't supposed to be there, could he have been referring to Nicole Atkinson?
Could have been.
Because I never
like
questioned
I said,
him with who are you referring to when you say she. This whole case is completely, in my opinion, completely fucked up in more ways than one, obviously. And also the fact that no one was able to actually say anything in regards to, like, well, who do you mean by she? What do you, like, when he would say certain things, they never followed up with a follow-up question. And I found that
okay, well, when he said that to his dad.
Yeah.
Okay? The first thing he says when he's alone with his dad is, I have to tell him I hurt her. They're not going to let me go. They know about the affair.
Mm.
And then, as things are being talked about, he says, she wasn't supposed to be there. For me, it kind of clicked like, because I know he didn't see anybody that morning. I know he didn't.
Yeah.
Because innocent people, they don't tell you the alerts and all that stuff. And that while I'm in my truck ready to drive away at 5:27, it told me the basement door opened at 5:26. But yeah, let's ignore that scientific evidence.
Yeah.
Somebody was already in the house while he was ready to pull away. He pulled away. He's all the way out at or halfway to Survey when Kessinger pangs at the Starbucks right by their house. Then Betty thought the cops were there because of the little gray truck with the white cap in front of the house, because it was there right up until just before the cop got there.
There you go.
Where's all Nate's footage of the little gray truck with the cap on it that Betty saw?
Yeah, we don't see that on Nate's footage.
Where's the footage of Nicole backing her car in so her son can stand on it to look into the garage? The garage, which, by the way, and you can see it on the body cam, there are 2 car seats in the car and 2 car seats on the floor. So I don't know who would have extra car seats.
That's true.
Janae had 4 in one garage.
Could the other ones only be for, like, when they outgrew them and they hadn't got rid of them yet?
No.
Okay.
Because remember, Shanann texted Chris and said, Ella wants to have the high back one back in the car like Cece. Can you switch it out? And he did.
There you go. Very, 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 very strange.
And again, nobody listened to what they listened to what they wanted you to hear. But like I said, for me, things jump out. Like when the FBI comes to visit you 3 months into your fucking 5-year life term,
Yeah.
and he knows you killed your daughter and your kids, put them in oil and all that, right?
Yep.
I really don't think an FBI agent is going to say, you know, Chris, we still can't find anybody ever pissed off. That's a pretty bold statement from the FBI.
And I don't know any police that go after a person who commits this crime has actually then gone and re-interviewed them again after the fact. I don't know any police officer that, or any cases that I've seen that have actually done that.
Well, I got a couple angles on that. A, they had to.
Okay.
Because that was when the infamous shadow came out. And that's when Frankie Frank and District Attorney, who all stated in a courtroom and before a judge, they saw them all three go out in garbage bags back in August. But come February, no, only Shanann was in the garbage bag and the girls were alive. Well, and nothing Chris said in the first confession matched any of the physical evidence or autopsies.
And none of the and
it still didn't.
And the fingerprints on the garbage bags found at Survey didn't match Shanann or Chris.
No, or the footprint.
Exactly. So.
And whoever they belonged to weren't in the system. Well, by this point, Chris is in the system. Shanann, Bella, and Cece are in the system because they're deceased.
It's fucked.
Oh, it gets better. Wait, I got more.
Talk about it as much as you want, as long as, you know, it's all good. As long as you're comfortable talking about it.
I'm not saying anything that's not true.
That is very true.
I'm not lying and saying Nicole didn't go to the address on her 360 app. She gave us a picture of it. So my other flip side to that is because I know the FBI has, again, you have 4 different police departments and the CBI already involved. And in less than 8 hours, the FBI is all over this. And they're not even legally missing yet. And in less than 12 hours, they've interviewed Nicole Atkinson twice. But yet they hadn't interviewed Chris once yet.
And why would she come out with, am I being arrested? I found that very odd.
Whose fingerprints did they find on the book? Who put the book in the garbage can in the garage when they opened the garage door at 12:42 when you and your son were supposed to be gone? That right there told you Chris wasn't the killer. If the killer was still in the house, if it wasn't Nicole or him, because Chris was still 45 minutes away.
Off this topic for just one sec, there's one thing I was listening to this, like I said, this podcast the other day, and there was this woman who hadn't spoken to a friend of hers for I think it was 3 days at this point, but still. What happened is the fact that when they said they didn't see, any movement in the house and there was no sign of life or anything like that, they actually kicked the door in. They got one of those big metal things to push open, kick open a door without kicking it open, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They forced entry.
Yeah.
They didn't do that with Shanann. They were told that she was diabetic, which she wasn't.
No.
They said that she's been prone to fainting spells, which I don't think she had many of them. She was just very sick. But the fact that there was no answer on her phone, there was no answer at her door, yet they didn't do anything. They just went around the house knocking and yelling out.
And a dog in the house that you can't hear barking.
You can for a little bit, and then it stops suddenly.
You hear him once, and it's after Coonrod comes back, and he's calling Chris.
Exactly.
That's when you hear them.
And the thing I find also very odd with this case is the fact that when Chris went to work, he knew Shanann and the girls were home. That's what he believed. They were all still asleep. Now, the
Yep.
thing that I find odd about that, though, is the fact that when he went to work, as we know, why would he then put, let's say he put Dita in the cage, which I don't believe he did. He did that when he knew that Shanann was home. But when he went and did the lie detector test and was arrested and all that kind of crap, and they went back to the house that night to get more evidence, that's when they decided to wear gloves, mind you. They did that, but yet Dita was running around the house like a chook without a head.
Right?
But yet he left for work that morning, and when they got there, Dita was found in a cage.
Now,
So if someone could
they-
explain to me, that
right? 'Cause they went in, they go in for the evidence Wednesday after the night Chris is arrested.
Yep,
Okay? Chris left that morning no, Chris left the night before.
he did. He went to those people's house to stay over.
And he would have locked Dieter up that night to go to the fairs unless he had the dog sitters come back in.
Who are you referring to there, Isaac? Who are they? But no, I just found it very odd that if he honestly did this crime, this is where it doesn't make sense to me. If he did this crime, he would have put Dita in a cage that night, or he would have taken the dog to his friend's place with him.
Anything.
You know what I mean? But he didn't.
Well,
The dog was running around the house.
Planning it, he could have gave it to the mistress, right?
Exactly. Sorry.
Right? But my thing is, like I said, we know Chris left his house because he met with Agent Graham Coder at 8 p.m. Tuesday night. They come out of the room at 11. From there, he is tailed following the fairs to their house where he's there the whole night till he gets up to go get Ronnie at the airport. From the airport, he goes to the cop shop and he never comes out. So who is taking care of Dieter Tuesday night, Wednesday?
Exactly. Hold that thought for just one sec, Tam. Isaac, I have eyesight issues, so if I didn't see you come in, I do apologise for that. And yes, welcome. But like I said, I don't. When I've got someone on panel with me, I lose track of chat, and sometimes it's hard for me to read chat. So I do apologise if you don't. And also, if you don't think I'm nice, please just understand that if I didn't see you come in, I don't get notification when people come in.
No.
And unless you say something,
And if the
I
feed
don't
is
actually
moving,
see who comes in. So I apologise and welcome.
and sometimes we miss it if the feed's moving.
Exactly right. Like the feed when you're on StreamYard works slower than if it comes up on YouTube. So if you type something, I get it after you've already typed it and a few other people have typed. So I apologise if you think I'm rude or not nice, but please accept my apology. I'm normally a nice person. If I'm on panel on my own, I do read chat constantly. But when I've got someone on panel with me, I forget that chat's there. I feel like I'm on a video chat, which I kind of am.
Yeah.
So I apologise, Isaac.
Well, it's kind of like if you went to the Kelly Clarkson talk show, right?
Yep.
They're not going to sit there and just talk to the audience. They're talking to each other.
Exactly right. And like I said, I apologise if you think I'm not nice, but I'm not going to apologise
Tammy's
for not
the
seeing you in
nicest
chat.
person in the world. So.
Pardon?
I said, you're like the nicest person in the world. So
Oh,
you would certainly
thank you,
never do
sweetheart.
it to be rude.
No, I don't. And like I said, if you find me offensive, I apologise. I'm sure if you had a channel and, like I said, I have eyesight issues. So sometimes, and when you go through YouTube, you don't actually get told who comes in. If I go through, and Tam can agree with me on this, if I go through Facebook Live and I go through Facebook itself, I get told who comes in. but when you go through StreamYard, you don't actually get told who comes in. So I
Right.
apologize for that. If you thought, like, you can think what you want of me, I honestly don't care. It hurts that you think I'm not a nice person, but moving on. Welcome again, Isaac. I'll make sure I enlarge chat every time from now on. But anywho, no, I just find it odd. Like I said, he went to work that day. Dita was in a cage, comes home. Dita's still, like, Dita should have been running around the house when, what do you call it, when he left for work that day, but instead it was in reverse.
Yeah.
You know, so.
But, yeah. Well, there's that, but that's the weird thing, right? And then, see, and something always stuck with me. When Coonrod arrives, the first thing Nick Jr. there says is, "Hey, do you remember me?"
Yeah, I found that a little bit odd.
Now, if you read Coonrod's report, his report says and states, "I checked all doors, windows, etc. The patio had the bar, la 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 la," right?
Yep.
He didn't even knock on every window, let alone slide to see if they were locked or not.
Exactly. And if he had, he did that with the patio door. He tried to open it.
Well, the
but
patio I knew was locked because you could see that metal safety bar.
Yeah, but the thing that confuses me, even if you're, in my personal opinion, even if you're knocking on doors and someone hasn't opened their door, answered phone calls or anything like that,
You go in.
where are the gloves?
And they should have used the boom and buffed the door.
Yep.
But now Coonrod, they did say Chris was on his way home. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and she's like, oh, I called him over an hour ago. And it's like, unless you've been from Survey to the Watts home, I can almost guarantee it, you cannot, in any situation, it would take me, sorry?
I was just going to say, though, this is where people got confused, okay? From Chris's door to the town of Roggen is 45 minutes alone.
Yep.
To get from the town of Roggen onto the actual Survey Ranch to the actual 319 site is another almost 45 minutes.
There you go.
And he can't speed. He can't do anything crazy with the geotrap. And every time Sandy's calling, texting, Addie, Christina, this one, that one, the cop, he's got to keep pulling the fuck over.
Exactly right.
But he was still home by 2:00.
And didn't he say that he ran every red light and stop sign to get home? Wouldn't that have come up in his geotab or whatever you call it?
And it didn't.
Nope. And the thing, like I said, my confusion, like, as well, when you think about it, when Chris shows the cops where the doorbell camera picks up from.
Yep.
And yet that morning when we supposedly see Nate's footage, Shanann is further back in the further down the driveway, and it's picking her up, walking up the driveway, you might as well say, and walking towards the door. But when Chris shows the cop that's there, he shows him that the doorbell camera picks up from here, and he's standing at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the front door. But
but if you hear what he said it actually will grab you as you cross into the front step pathway.
Oh, okay.
That's what he said. Right at that corner of the wall of the garage where the first patio piece is.
Yep.
That's when his picks up.
Yep, but Shanann was further back though.
Yeah.
That's what I'm confused about. What activated if that is the doorbell camera footage, and if it is from that morning.
It has to be. It has to be. In order for it to be from another day, another time, another trip, another whatever, that would mean they'd have to make sure that Shanann went on a trip without Chris, only came home with Atkinson at that time in the middle of the night, because that timing logs in on Nate's camera, his security, Chris's security, Chris's camera, their watches, their cell phones, their Vivint, and their router.
Okay, but how is it that when we saw Nate's camera, we saw Chris going back and forth from like in between where the bush was, but we didn't see Shanann on Nate's camera walking
Because
past
Nate's
that bit?
camera only records in 30-second intervals.
Okay.
His, specifically, the cop asked him on body cam, is it steady record or is it motion? No, it's motion. And then everybody said, oh, this and that and that and this. I'm thinking, well, if Shanann's moving, that's fucking motion. He didn't get NK arriving in the car,
But he got her leaving.
but he got her leaving, right?
Mm.
Then, wait, there's another piece of that. Oh, the fact that it's motion censored, but when Chris goes in to make his lunch, once he's plugged his computer and everything into the truck's running. We know that the Geotab recorded 27 minutes. His truck sat idling, and that camera recorded 27 minutes of it with no person and nothing moving. So who or what kept Nate's motion detector camera on a steady stream? And how come Nate's the only person in the world that gets American Horror Story commercials in his security footage?
Exactly. And as far as I'm aware, without being horrible, Netflix is commercial free here in Australia.
It doesn't matter. We
No, what
weren't
I'm saying is it's commercial
but we
free.
weren't on Netflix. We weren't on TV. We were in his home security footage.
Yeah, so why would, and that's when he
don't get
remembered.
commercials in there. He had it recorded, and he did what I showed everybody on camera. He picked up the remote. You see him in the Netflix special do it twice on Coonrod's body cam. He pushes the mic button. He talks into it. He whispered in recordings, and then pushed the. Do you know it would have to be 1 billion to 1 chance for the same fucking commercial to come up that close in time?
Yeah.
When they
Exactly.
weren't watching
Thank you,
TV,
Foxy.
they were watching security footage.
I find that very odd. I don't know anyone that gets ads during their home surveillance shit.
Right? And then Nate said, oh, my camera gets here, 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 and here. First thing out of his mouth to Coonrod is, I ain't got nothing except him putting his shit in his truck. There's nothing here. Well, then it became a bunch of shit when you started saying he was acting weird, which is funny for you to say because I know you didn't socialize. Because if you did, I would have seen you at a Lulu or a Thrive or a barbecue or a kids party, something.
Exactly.
And when Frank and Sandy lived there for 18 months, I mean, I'm sure they would have gave you their phone number then if they talked to you then. Right?
Right.
So Ted Atkinson wouldn't have to give it to them again on the day of the murders.
And how is it that they were so, how is it that Chris never fixed the keypad thing? But it makes me wonder when they said it wasn't working, it sounded very strange how you think about it. It was broken.
It never worked. Frank said it on the phone himself.
Yeah, I know that, but what I'm saying is the fact that he goes that Shanann's mum was going to get it, but if they were there for as long as they claimed they were, wouldn't have they had known then it wasn't working?
Yeah.
So why would they know the code? How do we know it was broken that whole time or not working that whole time? Is
This
what I'm
is
getting at.
saying.
Oh,
So
thank you, Foxy. She posted your link to your channel on my in my chat.
Oh, thank you. But Nicole said, Sandy, do you know the code to the pin pad on the garage? Sandy goes, Frank, something's got with Shanann. Do you know the code to the garage pin pad? And Frank said, that thing's never worked.
Oh, okay, I never heard Frank say that. Sorry.
So they had the 2 for the car remotes. That's how Chris opens it with the button. Now, you can order, mine broke. I ordered a replacement one off Amazon. It's a universal one. Sometimes my battery's not working, but we know the garage door people had been there because the thing kept tripping, and we have confirmation in the conversation between Chris and Shanann about it. We also know that somebody's husband came over to fix their air conditioning. That's why that metal magnet thing was off the little furnace thing between the laundry room and the master bedroom.
There you go.
That conversation's there too.
You gotta save you some of this stuff.
But would a guilty person sign waivers so that they don't need to wait for warrants to be signed? Or sorry, would a guilty person?
No.
If you're guilty in the slightest, are you going to go, yep, I get to sign waivers, go?
Kitty Woody just said about how she thought it was that weird that Shanann gave out her passcode to her freight wagon. I thought it was strange. SW gave out the passcode to her phone, but she didn't give it to Chris.
That means she changed it in Arizona. And it wasn't Chris that knew, and it wasn't Atkinson that knew, and it wasn't Sandy that knew it. It was Cassie Rosenberg. You know, the one who was looking to rent or buy Stephanie Kessinger's house? That wasn't for sale, but she knows the new PIN code to Shanann's phone? That's a coinky dink.
Exactly.
We were talking to something else, though, and that threw me off. Hang on. The fact that Chris got blamed for trying to drug Shanann and kill her on the night he arrived in North Carolina because she was in Carolina with migraines and pregnant, and she vomited, heaven forbid. But he only tried to do it one time, and then he stopped, and then he decided to do it while she was away for 3 days in another state with Atkinson, who kept conveniently having to push water on Shanann. So who might have been drugging Shanann?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't Chris.
Because there would be, because I don't know how, over here you need a prescription from your doctor to get Oxycontin.
And Shanann had a bin full in the basement.
Exactly. And another thing, I don't think, and they also say with Oxycontin, don't consume when pregnant and all this sort of shit. So that's probably why also, if she had any in her house, that's why it was downstairs, because she couldn't take it when she was pregnant, and she wanted this baby more than anything. You know, she wanted to give Chris a son.
No, that was NK that said that. They were hoping for a son, Shanann and Chris.
Oh, okay.
That's what they were praying for. And they were going to have. But Shanann was the type of mom that all drugs would have been down in the basement or locked up in her office, out of reach of children. I've got a stockpile. I don't take any of them anymore, not because of Thrive, because they were killing me, but I've got a stockpile. They've seen it on the body cam. And then still believe that Jamie Watts out in North Carolina helped Chris drug Shanann from another state with Nicole. And again, the FBI had to re-interview Shanann, or not Shanann, Atkinson and the other women who ate dinner with her right before the airport again for the second time, because they needed to know exactly what she ate, drank, and they needed samples of Thrive sent to them to be tested, which I told everybody screams there was shit in her body that she couldn't have gotten in there before Chris killed her if Chris killed her. And if she was dead for 3 days, it certainly wouldn't be in there on autopsy.
Very, very strange.
And you can't still be in rigor if you've been dead for 3 days, barely in the ground in the middle of the summer.
Exactly.
And if you're in the middle of a cattle field in Colorado, when I saw that body cam, or not body cam, the drone footage of the burial and the disposals, I went, okay, well, there's a rake and it's broken, and it's not an easy rake to break. That's stupid. Wait a minute, there's no rake marks over the body, so why is the rake there? That doesn't make sense. And if Chris did it, well, he's not fucking Hercules, so there should be drag marks.
Exactly.
And he left the phone at the house, the purse at the house, the car at the house, meth at the house, the money in the wallet, everything's at the house. And he's going to visually leave the evidence out. But
Exactly.
I'm not going to see any claw marks, any bugs, any infestation, no vultures, no fucking nothing trying to eat this dead body that's been there for 3 days.
I find that, yeah, well, that's just it, because like people that, like I said, I've watched a few, like I've listened to a lot of podcasts about stuff, and it's just hard to remember it all. But I remember this woman that was buried in a shallow grave in the middle of summer over in California. And I'm not saying California is hotter or cooler than Colorado, but what happened is that she already had bug infestation on her body. You know, and this woman who was put here in Adelaide, she was put in under some brush, and she was found like a week, about 3 or 4 days later, supposedly, when Shanann was found. And yet this woman was covered by branches, and she had bug infestation on her. Yet
Okay.
this other woman, like Shanann, she had, as you just said, Shanann had none.
Okay. So baby Sterling was found deceased in a baby swing facing a corner in a dark room with a heavy quilt on the window, no fan, no air, door closed. The temperature in that room was over 80 degrees, and the maggots ate the child in 2 days. In a bedroom, not in the heat for 15 hours of sunlight or any of that. Now, Chandler Halderson killed and dismembered his parents, tried to burn them in the fireplace. That didn't work. So he chopped them up and he dropped their body parts up and down the Wisconsin River. Anybody want to take a guess how they found and pieced their parents back together?
How?
The vultures. They circle when there's something dead. But there's none on that drone anywhere near that oil site. Then you got Chris telling you that the second time he killed her, her eyes filled up with blood. Well, her autopsy said they were white.
And wouldn't that have stayed if she had passed away?
Yes.
Thank you.
So
I just want to confirm that.
Again, this is information the FBI already has before they go see Chris in February. But they got to do this, because I think this was their, okay, listen, if this fucker knows anything, we're going to catch him today.
Yeah.
I believe they moved Chris for his protection. I believe they know Chris is fucking innocent and always have. And because of the way Rourke shut the fucking thing down, and Rourke and the heroes decided to publicly tell everybody that 3 bodies didn't go out in garbage bags. Because there was a shadow, and Chris only picked up one of the 2 kids that couldn't get in the truck. But either way, you can't change what you prosecuted somebody on. The fact that Frank and Frankie stated it in their victim impact statement in a court of law at the sentencing, that's federal time right there. Not even mentioning what Rourke's going to get.
Excuse me. Yeah.
So No larvae mentioned in the autopsy. No bug infestation. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to be mean, but a body barely, she was only 2 feet deep, and her butt was 9 inches out of the ground.
And what's his face? Troy the toy didn't see it.
No, Troy the toy did. And by the way, you remember that whole thing about Chris parking his truck over here and normally park over here and no. Yeah, that got all kerfuffled out in the internet too. Because when you actually listen to it, no, it was the water truck guy who told the agents that Troy was there that day. And by the way, Troy's got to give the okay because Cody's the one that ordered it because it's Cody's route.
Oh, okay.
So Cody asked for the water truck to be taken off for Tuesday. Troy approved it. So he knew the water truck guy was going to be there. But the water truck got there before him. Well, when they brought the water truck guy in and he was like, yeah, Troy, and he signed my thing. That's when FBI went, holy fuck, we got to get him back in. Why is he lying? And they said Chris parked over by the well when he shouldn't. And no. It was, the diagram was drawn by the water truck guy who said, this is where they normally park, but Troy was parked over by where Shanam was buried.
Oh.
To block it. Because if Chris was anywhere near the tanks as a new supervisor, they wear a gas monitor. And according to Troy, out of his own mouth, you come within a certain radius, it automatically calls the alarm company.
Well,
and you're telling me Chris was up and down those tanks and doing all that, and he wasn't setting off no alarm not at work, at the goddamn alarm company through the gas sensor.
Oh.
And Troy says, you know, if a guy shows up to a site and he doesn't have his fucking crescent wrench, I'm like, are you even a fucking worker? But what were you there looking for, Troy? A crescent wrench?
Oh,
the fact that the shovel is documented on picture and in Discovery in Chris's truck on Monday in front of the house. But when they towed the truck Wednesday, that shovel's gone because nobody was watching the truck. They were watching Chris in the front and the back of the house.
Exactly.
The truck got moved over by Betty's out of the way. And if you work for a company like Anadarko, and then they have a fleet, which means all the trucks are the same, that means they all have the same key fob, especially for construction and out in the field, because if one of the workers gets locked out, the other guy just has to drive over, beep, he's in, and we're good.
Exactly.
And it's highly against the law to allow one worker to work on an oil site. So how come everybody that was supposed to be at the oil site wasn't there when Chris got there?
And why did he have to show proof to Kessinger where he was?
Right. And why couldn't Kessinger Google the words to battery herself?
Exactly.
She didn't need to write a whole text to Chris. Because that was Chris. Can you look up the words to Battery by Metallica? When she could have went Google lyrics to Battery. But she didn't. Because that was a celebration song that he was going to read with all the crew while they're working on an oil leak. He's going to read it, not listen to it.
And considering, wasn't he a huge Metallica fan, so he would actually know the song anyway?
Yeah. But my point is, Tammy, if you're celebrating something with a song, what are you doing?
I'm listening to it.
You're not reading it.
No.
Now, if it was on repeat on his song list in his cell phone that day, okay, maybe.
I have to admit, when I'm listening to a song and I really like it and I'm confused by a little bit of it, like I won't ever sing on my channel, so no one ever asked me to. I sing this song to Elizabeth quite a lot, and it's called I Can't Break It to My Heart by Australian artist Delta Goodrem, and I absolutely love her.
Yeah.
Anyway, and I was confused by a few words of it, so don't get me wrong. I listen to the song, but a lot of the times, and when I still don't get it, I'll listen to the song with the lyrics.
Yeah.
So then I make sure that I'm not saying the wrong words and stuff. And I found out that for the longest time, I've been singing an Elvis song wrong this whole fucking time.
Okay,
That's
a
very
lot of people
embarrassing.
do that. A lot of people, you're not alone. But Chris is a Metallica fan. Chris didn't text her to ask her for the words to
Exactly.
celebrate. She texted him. And that was at 10:10 a.m. Well, at 9:57 a.m., that's when the Starbucks cup got bought at the drive-thru. It was one of two, so no name at drive-thru, and it was a cold cup. And we know Nicole and no Thrive people, they don't drink coffee, soda, nothing.
Yeah.
And we know Chris didn't buy it that morning at 9:57 a.m. because he was at Serby. And well, Shanann's supposed to be dead already, so she didn't do it. And it wasn't the Thayers because they were in Kentucky till 5.
Yeah.
So Starbucks is bought at 9:57 in the drive-thru around the corner. And while I'm sipping on it, it's a cold one, not a coffee. I text my boyfriend, "Hey, what are the words to Battery?" See how all the dots connect?
Was there a date on that Starbucks cup though?
Yeah, it was bought that morning in the drive-thru.
Oh, okay.
It was one
Okay.
of two. And there's no name in the drive-thru because it's going out the window. They put your name on it if you're inside.
Oh, okay. Because from memory, I don't believe we have a Starbucks here in Adelaide, so that's why I asked.
Yeah. Like if you go into a Starbucks and you place your order and then the barista will make it. So then they'll call out and they'll say, "Order for Tammy," and then you'll go up, right?
Oh, okay.
But in the drive-thru, they don't bother because it's going into your fucking car. You figure it out.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
But the label said the date, the time, it was register for, it was one of two items bought at 9:57 a.m.
There you go. That's fucking weird. And I don't think you have 24/7 fucking Starbucks over there.
And guilty people also aren't going to hand over their phone. They're certainly going to delete everything, right?
Exactly.
So Chris signed waivers, gave them full go do it. Bring the dogs, bring the drones, you want blood, hair, lie detector. Absolutely. I'm in. All of it. All of it. Well, if you're going to make me try and believe that somebody's a killer, can you try and at least find somebody that's got a bit of a temper, who is maybe an asshole sometimes? Because I can't find any of that. And the FBI can't find anybody.
The only thing that they found that Chris did wrong by Shanann is he had an affair.
Right. To which was planted to happen.
You reckon it was planted?
NK's the hitman.
Hmm.
Frank and Sandy now own half of Dirty South. The owner of Dirty South is from the Middle East. What's in the Middle East? Oil. Where's oil? Anadarko. Bing, bing, bing. Oh, wait. And then we got a lawyer named Leonard. Leonard's a lawyer who lied, risking his law license, practice, and federal time to lie and say, hadn't seen or heard from Shanann in over 10 years, didn't even know she had kids, to get busted by your current wife, who said and sent condolences about Shanann and the kids and how horrific it was, but wanted to thank her for introducing the two of them at a Thrive event.
Oh, there you go.
Leonard, who also admitted that when he was with Shanann, had a $500,000 life insurance policy on her.
Fucking hell. How many people had life insurances on this woman?
Hang on. There's one more thing with Leonard. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Leonard's got military background.
There you go.
So if the Dirty South guy with the oil connections can get in with the head people at Anadarko, who, they contribute huge money to Rourke's reelection campaign, they can make it happen that NK gets hired, Chris and Troy get the same promotion at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom.
Hey, Bubba Soul, welcome.
Now, have I said one thing that's not true?
Yep.
Made up?
Nope.
Lie?
Nope.
Anything you didn't already know before?
A lot, actually.
Well, no, you knew it. You just needed to put together.
Yeah, it's hard to put pieces together eventually. But no, what you've said today has been amazing. Thank you.
Like I said, again, the killers, criminals will always screw up, especially when they're claiming they're working for God and they're not, and they're working for you know who.
Chris has been very consistent with a lot of things, but then they changed his way of thinking, I think. They manipulated him a lot.
Chris was broke down into doing the plea deal, then put in prison. Pretty much you're fucked. What's he going to say? I didn't do it? Nobody's going to believe him. What was the other thing he said? What did he say in February? That DA's never letting me out of here, on the phone to his dad.
Yeah.
Right? Now, we already know Rourke's dirty. We know that. We also know that prosecutors and district attorneys can get disbarred. Ask the guy that did, the prosecutor for Jodi Arias?
What?
Do you know the case?
Oh, Jodi Arias, yeah.
And the crazy prosecutor, Jose Baez, or not Jose Baez, the screaming guy.
Yes.
Yeah, disbarred.
Oh, wow.
Making a Murder, Steve Avery, Brendan Dassey, Ken Kratz?
I've heard of him, yeah.
Yeah, disbarred.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you know what he got disbarred for?
Do tell.
For being a sex addict and texting inappropriate messages to some of the cases where he was supposed to be the hero of the rape victims he was representing.
Oh, my God.
And guess what?
What's that?
Rourke married one of his rape victims 15 years, his junior.
Oh, my God.
All Kratz did was text her. Hang on, these fucking lighters. I filled them all up, I swear to God. But I'm trying to go to bed, honestly.
No, that's all right, sweetheart. If you need to get some sleep, get some sleep. And
But again, they told on themselves. They all told on themselves.
Well, I think D.A. Rourke needs to be investigated.
I didn't want to go near the royal family. I didn't want to go near rabbit holes, nothing of the like, but I'm sorry, everything goes that way. Because again, now they're partners with the Dirty South guy from the country with the oil, with the Anadarko, with the setup, with the hiring of NK and the promotion setup, and then the murder, and then everybody's gone. And what did I say about Leonard? He was ex-military of some sort?
Yes. I do.
And who have I always said talked, walked, and functioned like a military? Kissinger.
Yeah.
I've always said that. This isn't happening for me. But you know what I mean, right? Anyways.
Yeah, I know what you mean, yep.
Like Nicole, okay? Perfect example. If you learn anything watching court or podcasts, TV shows, real document, whatever, what did I tell you? Either on the stand or in a question or interrogation, interview, whatever. They ask you a question, answer them. Okay?
Mhm.
Yes,
Yep.
no, explain. Don't add any extra.
Exactly.
So here's my example. Nicole Atkinson says to Agent Dutton, the coffin guy, she goes, I walked up the stairs, and at the top of the stairs, the bedroom door was open. You see right into the master bedroom. All the sheets were off the bed and in a pile on the floor by the door. Am I right so far?
Yes, you are.
Okay. That's where she should have left it.
But she didn't.
I didn't touch anything, and I don't know if any are missing. Again, lady, this isn't a crime scene yet.
She's very fucking weird.
You don't cry through your entire second interview with Zettner, until you trip up when you talk about giving Shanann the poppers and the gender reveal envelope. And Zettner says something. She says, well, they were having a boy. And then catches herself, and it's the first time she cries.
Yeah.
And that's at the almost end of the video.
Of course it is. They want to give away too much with her.
Well, she'd already talked about Shanann in past tense. It was the Nico one that really stung me.
Mm.
Or the fact that she kept going on about how ridiculous it would be that Shanann would be on this play date and nobody would know what she is. You were the play date, you fucker. It was you. You had a lunch date as well with her, and then you were going to look at cars with her. Because remember, you quit your career because you made enough money on Thrive you could sell it full time. But Zettner's got to come interview you at your overnight job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and you picked up Shanann on the Friday before the murder after you worked all night on the way to the airport. But you just told everybody on camera 6 weeks earlier you were going to sell Thrive full time. You didn't need to work anymore.
Exactly.
What happened? Right? Then they did the television special with all Shanann's friends. Remember that?
Yes.
We had Cassie Josh Rosenberg. There was another couple from school. And who else?
Mm. Oh, fuck, who else was it?
Nate the neighbor.
Yes.
Not Nicole Atkinson. Nate the neighbor.
I agree with you there. Sorry, Isaac just wrote, Montana, the R family are evil monsters. I agree 100% there, Isaac.
And I've been nice. I've been polite. I've been everything. I've been respectful. And it never added up. Like, I have commented directly to them. And Frankie commented on one of my lives telling me to please stop. I was destroying their mental health. I said, I'll shut my whole channel down. You'll never hear another word from me as soon as you tell me why you and your family choose to ignore blatant physical and scientific evidence proving others are involved.
Hmm.
Why wouldn't a family jump
Did you
all
say
over
anything
that?
back to that?
Of course not. That's why I still have a channel. He didn't answer me. What
No, I
family
understand. I'm
do
just
you
saying.
know? But what family do you know that's lost a loved one from any crime? That if I walked up and said, listen, I found this fucking bubblegum wrapper, isn't going to want it and to know about it.
Exactly.
And then I put the two and two together and went, wait, they didn't need me to tell them that because they've had the entire discovery the whole time.
Okay, here's a question for you. Why do you think they've done so much redacting of the thing of the discovery?
Well, I know the first one was done because there were addresses and minors and names and addresses that needed to be removed.
Okay.
Now, I've got the unredacted that Unjustified has, and I can tell you there's really not much more in it other than phone numbers that should have been blocked, stuff like that.
Okay.
But there's nothing again, unless you've got what Frankie and Frank and Sandy have had, because they've got exactly what Rourke's got. So they already knew the fingerprints didn't match or the footprint. It was Sandy that requested the DNA of Nico. I'm not sure why she would insinuate that her daughter was cheating.
Exactly.
They didn't request it for Bella or Cece. And if Chanel was dead for 3 days, she 100% would have gave birth. She 100% would have completely expelled him. Yet he was only protruding and still in the sack. They had to remove him from her. All information everybody's had. All information I've heard a million times on a million different interviews, TV shows, YouTube videos, you name it.
Hey, Aussie True Crime. And what do you mean by that, Billy? Sorry, Billy just wrote something that I don't understand.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Chris didn't even benefit from the goddamn plea deal.
Chris didn't even what, sorry?
Chris didn't even benefit off the plea deal. When you sign a plea deal, you're supposed to get a bargain.
Oh, don't forget his bargain was that he didn't get put to death. And the Rusev thing, that's just because they didn't want that.
No, that was more smoke up your ass. If you look up in Congress in Colorado at that time, the death penalty was never on the table because it was already 95% out of state. They just had to do the legality signing a couple months later. So even if he'd have gotten it, it would have been removed because it's abolished in Colorado now. And FYI, they don't have a drive-through for the death penalty. Like, you don't get it on Monday and you're dead on Tuesday. You're there for a minimum of 25 years.
Yeah.
So again, the death penalty was never a bonus option. They were not worried about it.
Beg your pardon? Sorry?
The Watts were not worried about the death penalty. Again, minimum 25 years of appeals. If he'd have gotten it. But it's abolished in Colorado, and it was abolished like 3 months later, 100%. It was already at 95%.
Yeah.
But there's more. It's little, but hang on. I just had to remember where I was going with all that.
It's officially Elizabeth's birthday, guys, so please wish her a happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Elizabeth.
Happy birthday.
Tomorrow I'll do a clothed lap dance for you. By myself at my house.
Normally, if I have to sing happy birthday to people, I go, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Smell like a monkey and you look like one too.
I know, I was holding that in. That's why I switched the conversation to I'll do a dance for you tomorrow. Shit. Okay, so line it up. Okay, hang on one sec. Nico And da, 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 da. Oh, another statement that Miss Atkinson made was because again, remember, they just legally became missing persons.
Yep.
Right? When she's in this appointment with Zentner, they are now gone 24 hours. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She talks about, well, I think if it's going to be a crime of passion, he'll strangle her because of her surgery.
Yeah.
She talks about the Nico and Shanann past tense. Oh, and she said, and Chris hasn't communicated with all of us all week.
Okay.
My question is, A, how often would he communicate with the girls? And B, where are you getting a week? It's been a day.
And why would Chris need to contact her? She's his wife's friend.
That's what I mean. So again, you listen to the plugs of, look here, think this, look here, think this. And then you go, but why would they do or say that? Why didn't they do or say that? Right?
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, you would literally have to, put me underground to stop me from running to anywhere I thought my daughter might be something wrong, let alone my granddaughter.
Exactly. Like my own mother and I, we don't have the best relationship, but I said to her, if I moved to Melbourne and then I suddenly went missing, what would you do? She goes, I'd be doing everything in my power to get over to Melbourne.
Oh, there you go.
And I just find, even though, and Melbourne's by plane, it's only an hour and a half from Adelaide. So when she said that to me, I was just like, that's funny. My mother and I have an on and off again relationship. We get along, we don't, we argue, we whatever. But she said that to me in the midst of one of our arguments. I said, well, if I went missing and I was in another state, what would you do? She goes, well, first of all, love, don't think I don't want to think of things like that.
No,
second of all, I would be doing everything in my power to get over to Melbourne to find out where the fuck you are.
It's human nature.
Exactly. But
I have saved a life in the States, and all I knew was the state and area and her name off her Facebook.
Yep.
That's when I found out 911 is not around the world. My 911 can't connect to the 911 there.
Oh, okay. Ours is 000 here in Australia. And in England, London, whatever it is, I think it's 111.
Right, but in every movie you see, what do they tell you to call?
Yeah. I just
911.
So if you dial 911, you won't get help for American 911. You'll just get the Canada 911. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Either way, I did get my 911 to figure out how to get me to theirs, and then theirs to, and then because I didn't realize they'd have 25 police stations in the same area. And I'm like, listen, this is what I've got. Her name, her phone number, and I gave you the state. Can you do something with that?
Yep.
They were at her door.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's just so, I don't know. The thing I find very interesting is that, excuse me, with most smartphones these days, you can turn off your location. So that's why when people say, oh, their phone record said that they were still in, as in the R family, they were still in North Carolina, rah, rah, rah. Yeah, but here's the most amazing thing that people don't get. You can turn off your location on your phone. And the funny thing with that is that you can do that. So then when you go through, say, find friends on Facebook, if I turned off my location now, it would still say, I'm not going to say my area, but it would still say whatever the closest tower is to me.
Right.
To say where I am. And the thing that I find most amusing about that is that if you have your location turned off, it won't come up as to where you are. And that's the thing I think that our family did when they were actually in Colorado. When before they left, they all turned off their locations on their phones. So that way, by the time they would have got there, it still would have said they were in North Carolina. And then when they finally got to Colorado, they turned on their location and it would have said they were there.
Except,
it would have changed straight away. And that's the thing I find very strange.
Except
what?
We know the FBI has all their actual phone data.
Oh, sorry. Aussie True Crime just wrote, if you go missing in Melbourne, Tammy, I find you.
We would. I'll come to the bush. He knows it.
Thank you, Aussie True Crime. You're a sweetheart.
Shit, what were we just talking about there?
Oh, we're talking about locations and how you can turn them off on your phone and turn them off and
so
stuff.
Yeah, that was the thing, right? Because people kept trying to say, oh, NK was on the beach in South Carolina. I'm like, how is she on the beach in South Carolina? But on his phone bill and her phone bill, it shows she called him from Colorado.
Well, I can answer that quickly. Is the fact that you've got to remember. Okay, now in one of Nicole Kessinger's, Camel Toe's interviews. Sorry, I call her that because I don't like her. She had 2 phones with her. Okay, you got to remember. This is how I remember this. She had 2 phones, and she was having difficulty transferring photos and messages and phone numbers and all that sort of shit to her new phone.
Baby. She had to get that new phone after the murders because she smashed the one in the murders. That's when she's asking the agent to help her. Well, I can't remember my Google password, and she's playing all stupid.
Yeah.
That's what that is, because she had to buy. And if you look at all the phone stuff we have from her, it shows on her last bill that she took on, and she's now paying X amount a month for this new phone.
Okay.
Because in the interview in the park with the agents that she doesn't know she's being recorded, okay?
Yep.
She's with her dad. And towards the end of the conversation, they're talking about the phones, and they're saying, like, you have 2 phones. And she's like, no, I have 1 phone, 1 number. That's my work and my personal. Because remember, she didn't work for Anadarko. She was a contractor.
Yeah, she definitely was that.
Okay? Which means she would submit her phone bill at the end of the month, and accounting would pay for it. Because she used it during the work contract time, right?
Yep.
But at that interview on Wednesday in the park, her dad says, what the hell happened to your phone? Is that one of those no crack, no smash screen protectors? And she tries to laugh it off, and the agents are talking, but you hear him say it.
Okay,
and I'm thinking, okay, well, that's okay. But if it was smashed before the murders, then Daddy would have noticed it on Sunday at the museum, right?
Yeah, but wasn't that museum closed because it was a Sunday?
No. They went to brunch. She skipped brunch. They all met at the museum, and Chris was looking up scrolls and shit, and fucktard was taking pictures. And we know she went to the museum with her dad. So your phone screen was clearly not cracked, scratched, or shattered on Sunday, but come the murder day, Monday, then Wednesday in the park, it's destroyed.
Yeah.
And then
it was actually, sorry to cut you off. So it was actually her phone, not the SIM card.
They didn't need the SIM card.
Okay.
The thing was, and again, what did I tell you about what guilty people will and won't do, right?
Yeah.
So Chris is guilty. He's not going to sign waivers. He's going to make him get warrants, right? First thing people say, you got a warrant, right?
Yeah.
Chris, not Chris. He signed waivers. Go ahead. You want my phone? Here you go. He never deleted shit. They even confirmed that. But then we got the innocent mistress who's got a smash phone.
Hey, Donnie.
Tries to deletes everything, looks up how to double delete everything, and tries to destroy the SIM card, all still thinking she's smarter than the FBI.
And don't forget, though, she also said, "Don't let me down. We're a fucking team." Sorry, Brandy. I know you don't like swearing. I think it was you that didn't like swearing. And hi. But no, she goes, what was it? Yeah, she said something like, "We're a team. Don't let me effing down."
Yeah,
And I found that very, very odd. What do you mean you're a team?
that's when
You're
she
not
was
a
on
team with
that.
them.
She was on a phone call with Agent Kobach from the CBI, calling him with her bibble babble at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And it's ironic enough, the very next day, her case now gets handed over to Detective Baumhauer, and that's who she'll deal with from now on.
Yeah, well, I'll put it to you this way. If I had someone, like, I have people ringing me at all hours of the night and day, but
Well, we told her she could.
yeah, but she does, and then she hands it to someone else, like, deal with her. I can't. Oh.
No. This is my thing, though. Think of how many hours they'd already spent with her in the park, in the interview with Kobach, then the next one with Kobach, and then the Hazel lady comes in, right? All those hours, all those texts, all those calls. What did she actually give them?
Nothing when you think about it. She gave them nothing that they didn't already have an idea about.
Okay, so I can just call up witness protection and say I want to go there
No.
if I don't give them anything in a case?
Well, what do
And
you
I
think
can't.
she gave them?
Nothing. And they knew it.
Thanks for posting people's links, Foxy. I appreciate it, sweetheart.
They knew 100% she was spewing nothing but nothing.
Yeah.
Okay? They knew about the affair Monday. They had Shanann's phone downloaded by 4 o'clock Monday.
Yeah.
By Tuesday, by Monday night, the FBI is already in. By Monday night. Tuesday, because we're all leading this on Chris had an affair. Chris is doing it for her. Nah, right?
Hey, Ara.
But yet, they had set up an entire undercover stakeout around Kessinger's apartment building on Tuesday night for when Chris left his meeting with the FBI. Right? Because if you did this for her, you should be getting over there, right?
Yeah.
Or trying to. Or blowing up her phone or calling her or something, right? Because when Patrick Frazee had his mistress come kill Kelsey or clean up the murder scene and travel states to do it, she got a plea deal. Why? Because she gave them evidence. She took them to the crime scene. She showed them where she left hidden evidence. Patrick texted her 67 times that day. You look at Chris. You look at Chris's bill, and you look at Kessinger's bill. It's Kessinger texting Chris, her calling Chris, him maybe returning it. We looked at his bill because everybody said Chris was texting Kessinger while he's with the cop at Nate's house, right? Yeah, no.
he hang on.
He was texting with Sandy. He didn't text Kessinger about the fucking unicorn cereal until almost 5 o'clock.
It's in my description, Foxy. Yeah, I found it very, very odd with all of that. And do you think that Kessinger's in the witness protection, or do you think she's changed her name?
Okay, what did you ask me first? Do I think she's in the what?
Sorry, I said, do you think she's in the witness protection?
Okay. What do you got to be to get in that?
You've actually, for me, for personal opinion,
You have to be a
Um,
witness.
exactly. That's what I was going to say. To be that, you have to be a witness to something that has taken place that could put you in immediate danger of becoming the next victim of a crime. Now,
And in
I
order
don't.
to go into or to be a confidential informant, you
Yep.
must have information.
And how do we know that she didn't give them information, but it just hasn't been released of what information she actually had?
Because
think-
Agent Kovac told us in the interview after Hazel left, we can't protect you. If you want to change your name, anybody can. You just go and pay for it.
Exactly.
We can't protect you. You gave us nothing. You witnessed nothing. All you did was waste 20 hours of interview time to tell us you're a whore.
Ara is saying that she was a witness.
To what?
Hang on, I'm going to drop the link if Ara wants to come up and say anything. Sorry.
No. That's what I'm saying. I agree. She's a witness. Okay, so she's a witness. What'd she witness? And why wouldn't they protect her?
In my humble opinion, the only thing that mole ever witnessed was the fact that Chris had an affair. There's been no exchanges of text messages by Chris saying to her, I'm going to get rid of my family. I'm going to annihilate them. You know what I mean? There was no back and forth. If she got a text message that said that, then
Yeah.
I personally believe that, then by all means, she was a witness because Chris confided in her what he was going to do to his family. But she wasn't, you have to be, like for me, if you witness something that could potentially lead you to being in danger, then okay, hang on. Okay, Ara's joining us, honey.
But then the agent wouldn't say we can't protect you.
Yeah. Hey, Ara.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Sam, how are you?
I'm okay. Tired.
I'm
You're
keeping her
awesome.
awake.
You're a trooper.
So I'll let you two talk for a bit. I'm just going to go to the loo. I'll be back.
Yeah. Now, I do agree with the witness fact because I do believe she's the one that did the murdering. So, yeah, she witnessed that, but she wasn't going to tell them that. Because, again, if she could get witness status, confidential status, immunity status, a plea deal, or be put in some kind of safe house, Kovac wouldn't have said, we can't help you, but if you want to change your name, you can go pay for it. Anybody can.
Well, through the documentation that we've all seen, she's labeled as witness, and that's it.
Oh, of course she's labeled as a witness. She was the mistress.
Well, okay, but the friends, they weren't labeled as witnesses. Not even what was interesting, and A wasn't labeled as a witness either. And she was at the house helping or try to find Shanann. And Kay was the only person labeled as a witness.
Well, you see, that's because Atkinson was labeled as a victim. Nate was labeled as a victim. Atkinson Jr. was labeled as a victim. And some other girl I've never even heard of. Never even seen her name in the case.
So, again, documentation shows that Kay was the only AKA witness. So
why didn't they protect her then?
Because the protecting, she wasn't like an informant, I guess. I mean, again, I'm not a.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So to be in witness protection, you're a witness, which means then they would protect you.
No, because I've witnessed crimes like outside of my apartment. There was a shooting.
Yeah, but you said if she was in danger, then they would need to protect her, right, as a witness.
I didn't say she was in danger.
No, you said, for example, if they were in danger, a dangerous situation, that they witnessed something.
I don't recall saying that.
Maybe that was Tammy. Sorry, that might have been Tammy.
That.
Sorry?
I said that.
But either way,
You can be a witness to something and not need protection.
100%. I've been to court a million times for my neighbor's psycho son. I can write out a police report in under 2 minutes. I know what they want. They want the day, they want the time. They want to know how I know him. How tall is he? What's he look like? What's he wearing? I make sure I either get a picture or I write it all down till I can fill it all out.
Now that you say that, it makes me wonder if NK had the same experience with law enforcement, because she was able to say what they wanted and how they wanted it, and use the abbreviations they wanted, and communicate in a way that they could relate to. Just like you said, you had experience.
Yep. My thing is, and again, just humor me. Go back and listen to that specific one with Kobach. And that man, like, she's thick-headed because he is literally saying, like, she's contradicting herself just like Atkinson, and he's calling her on it, and it's going right over her head. Right? For instance, and the media and this, and I have to hide out and get ahead of it, and they're leaving crumpled notes in my dad's door, and they called my aunt, and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. 5 different occasions off the top of my head, Kobach said, different times, it's a good thing nobody knows who you are. Good thing nobody knows your name yet. You do realize Nicole Kessinger contacted the media for the first time, because nobody was looking for her, the day before Chris went to court.
How do you know that she contacted them?
Because nobody was looking for her.
Right, but like, how do you know that she contacted the media?
Because the media confirmed it when they did her story.
I'm not sure.
Did you see her on any other media?
She wasn't on any media, period.
Yes, she was. When she did her Amber Fry book deal look.
Yeah, those were just headshots.
And what went with the headshots? What were they done for?
It was like 2 paragraphs of a quote that said, I tried to help and I wanted to help, but that was it. Right.
But again, she contradicted herself, because again, she's telling Kobach 4 different times she's getting notes indoors, and he's saying they don't know your name, they know nothing about you yet, and nobody's looking for you. He says it in the interview.
But the friends already knew who she was.
What friends?
McCoy knew. Troy McCoy knew who she was.
Of course he did, because Troy's in on it too.
That's what I think. But Troy McCoy
and Cody.
was. I don't think Cody was at the.
Cody's absolutely involved. Cody lives in Troy's house.
Relax, Styles. Relax.
No, but Cody lives in Troy and Juanita's house. Chris and Troy randomly both got job promotions the beginning of June, which then meant neither of them had routes anymore. They were floaters to where the guys needed them. 319 was Cody Roberts' route, his responsibility.
We're going through a lot of subjects right now. I'm trying to
catch up to that part though. So Cody.
Yes, but you're saying a lot of things that are like your opinion.
No, these are facts. This is Cody's route. Cody ordered the water truck for Tuesday. He has to get approval.
How do you know that Cody ordered that?
Because it's on the water truck guy's thing that Troy signed.
It's not okay.
It could be fraudulent.
Again,
I come with fucking receipts. I don't pull shit out of my ass.
Okay, can't.
I'm just saying.
I'm trying to trigger you here, but I'm going to let you keep talking. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
All I'm saying is there's too many dots that connect that shouldn't connect, period. And what did they say? Every employee at Anadarko said, if the inspector came out and seen oil in the dirt, we'd be fine, right?
Ours disappeared.
Well, either way, we'd be fined.
Yeah.
They all said that. Troy said it, the boss said it, the girl said it, everybody said it. If they see oil, the inspector, we're fucked. But Cody left an active leak run for 3 days, didn't call health and safety, called his supervisor, Troy, who said, yeah, no problem, who also was the supervisor that approved the water truck. It's all documented in the discovery. All of it. The water truck guy busted Troy for lying because Troy signed the thing.
Hmm.
And the water truck guy's interview states in a statement who ordered the water truck. And it's Cody's site. It was Cody's job. And Cody was supposed to be there before Chris got there that morning. That's why 4 people got text messages immediately going, where are you guys? Because it is highly illegal for a oil worker to be out there by himself. They must have a minimum of 2.
Thanks for coming up, though, Ara. I appreciate
Anyways,
it.
I didn't mean to do that. I wasn't upsetting anybody. I'm just saying, I will not argue with thoughts or this or that when I know what the evidence is. I know what the phone bills are. I know when Nicole got her new cell phone. I know what timestamp her dad talks about, the broken screen. I know about how it wasn't talked about on the first interview. Nothing was mentioned about it being broken at the museum. But again, it's because I'm stating Sandy Rusick ordered this. So if Sandy's off limits, then Lori Bellow's innocent, Letitia Staunch is innocent, and anybody else that's ever killed people for money.
All right.
But again, it's not about, I'm not anything. All I'm doing now is I'm calling them out. I want them to sue me for defamation because they got to prove I'm lying. And I'm getting justice like I said I was going to. And still the only person that's never made a penny off this case by choice.
Ara's back, I think.
You there?
Yes.
I like True Time. I like her. I like people that make me do research.
Oh, okay. I just don't want you to be upset. You sounded upset.
No,
when
I
you
didn't
were
want you to
leaving.
be upset either. I don't want anybody to be upset. But like, even with the autopsy, real quick.
I'm sharing right now a screen. Miss Tammy, if you allow it to be shown, is the page in Discovery.
Sure. I have done. Yep, there we go.
Where we're talking about what we were talking about, where Troy McCoy, this is what she's talking about, where he signs it.
Okay.
The water truck guy's form.
So we can see it, right? And I'm not saying that me showing this means that I'm wrong or she's wrong.
No, no.
I like to look at it while we're talking about it because it makes more. I'm a visual learner.
Yep.
Yeah.
So for example, the autopsy. Like, I'm not just somebody that looks at it and goes,
let's not jump. It took me a second to pull up this in Discovery. So let's just talk about what happened.
But no, it's just an opinion. So I have no medical background. I have nothing like that. Okay. So when things didn't make sense to me with the little bit that we have in the autopsy, because it's not much.
Let Miss True Time, you are intelligent and you have many thoughts, but you stopped me when it came to the Anadarko and who signed off on the water truck guy. So I got off panel to get into the Discovery and find the page so we could discuss it. But you move way faster than me. Your brain is way faster than my hands and my thumbs. But
when we discuss this case, everyone's entitled to an opinion. Just know that.
Oh yeah. But my only point is so I don't know medical. So I took what I knew of the case, the area, the temperature when the sun came up, when it went down, if it was windy, if it rained, how long the sun was up, how long it was down, right? I took that package and I sent it to 2 coroners in Canada and 2 in the US.
Yeah.
They knew nothing other than the information and what was the bodies were found as. That's it.
Mhm.
And I wanted to know, and what all I asked was, could this person have been dead under all this environment, etc., for 3 days? And all 4 came back and said no. So I don't just look at it. I make sure I get the research. That's all I was getting at. But I do want to talk about the water truck. But that's all I was saying.
Yeah,
If
no, that's
there-
cool. She's disappeared again.
I double make sure I dot my I's and cross my T's before I say anything.
Oh, she's just she says she can't keep up with you because you know, but she loves you.
Oh no, I love her too. But no, back to water truck. I'm done. I just want to
Hang on,
explain that.
one sec. Melody, can you just try and understand that Montana's pretty new in here and new to the case somewhat? So can you try and be a little bit more polite? Because telling her to pay attention every time she types something is actually a little rude. People are trying to pay attention, and yeah, just if she's not understanding something, just let her ask questions. And like I said, everyone's free to an opinion, but telling her to pay attention all the time is a little rude.
Well, on my channel, anybody like I would rather people ask questions than assume something, be too afraid to get attacked for asking something,
Exactly.
and actually understand. Again, I'm not talking theories. I'm not talking what I think. I'm telling you what came out of their mouth or what they did, and I'm putting it in chronological order.
Okay.
Now, like I said, I've got my files ready for the FBI in Washington, but they're not
Awesome.
going to them until I've got my I's and T's crossed.
Mm. Montana, if you're being rude to people in chat, I'm sorry, but can you please step out? And sorry, Melody. But like I said, if people are going to be rude in chat, then
Yeah,
I
no.
won't. I'll do lives that won't involve a chat. Okay.
One rule on my channel: you must be open-minded and respectful. Period. If you can't do
Exactly. I
those
have to
two,
agree with that. Mm.
but I would like to continue talking about the water truck.
Yeah. Continue with that if you like. Yep, that's fine. I'm just reading
I
chat
just
with what
meant
I've
I
been.
don't assume things if I don't understand it. I find out where to go to get the answer.
Mm.
If that makes sense. Like with the coroner, I meant.
Yeah.
Thanks. I need to go to bed.
That's okay. I know. I understand it.
We've had
pretty
so
late
much
though.
rain, and I'm completely off pain medication now. So
Oh, congratulations. That's awesome because I know that when you suffer pain. Oh, guess what I found out the other day? I think it was
What?
yesterday or the day before. I can't remember what day. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday. My carpal tunnel in my left hand has supposedly completely gone, but I have to get a CT also on my neck to find out what's going on with it. Ara's back again.
ask them to check you for de Quervain tendonitis. The nickname is Mummy's Thumb.
All right, I will do. Thank you.
There's no
Welcome
blood
back.
test. You can do the test at home.
Oh, okay. Well, then you have to message me how to do that. Ara's back. Did you now?
Hi,
I'm going to
sorry.
let you guys talk about the water truck, and I'm going to mute myself.
Yep. I'm giving you the floor first. I'm just getting a drink on the other side of the room. I'll be right back. You talk, though. Where'd she go?
I'm still here.
Oh, there you are. Sorry. Okay, I'm coming right back, though. Okay, so what you were saying, you looked at the water truck.
Yes.
Do I need to share my screen again?
If you want to, Ms. Tammy.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, wait, I gotta make you sideways so I can see it too.
Whatever you need, Miss True Tam. Whatever you need.
Oh no, you're good. You go ahead. I'm just trying to flip the screen. That's all.
No, I hear you. Well, it's because you were talking about the water truck stuff, and like,
Yep.
when someone says something that I'm not 100% sure, like, or I don't remember, the
Yeah.
first thing I'm gonna do is go back and check.
Hmm.
So that's what I did. That's why I came back with the discovery, and that's why now Tammy is sharing the screen.
And that right there, just because I don't know you, I've never chatted with you before, I'd never seen you in chat anywhere before or anything, right?
I've seen you. Yeah.
You
I've
may have seen me, but I don't think I interacted with you. But
Okay.
you literally just got 150% of respect for me.
I just,
Just because you said, I'm going to go fact check that. Like, I want to go see it. Because if she's right?
Well, I just want to see, because this case is very personal to me. I've been studying this for 4 years, and I can get things wrong too. And
Yeah.
I like talking to people, and I just
Yeah.
want to talk about what's on screen. And like, I'm not afraid of being
Yeah.
wrong. I just,
No, me neither.
I like
And if
to see
I'm
this-
wrong, I will publicly own my shit and go, okay, yeah, no shit.
yeah, but
I'm
I
not.
like to see the stuff on screen because I'm a visual person.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like listening to people talk on panel and it just being their faces, because it means nothing to me. But if we're talking about the
Yeah.
water truck person, then I will. Here you go, Tammy. Here is not Tammy, you, but like Tammy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see where. Let's go back a little bit, because you're way faster than I am. So, but thank you for being so kind.
Oh, no. Again, I get so misunderstood sometimes. I'm so passionate about this. Again, I said yesterday on my live, like, I was very happy over in my Making a Murderer land for 5.5 years. I did not book, want, or even think about a Watts. I didn't even know what a Watts Island was. I got plucked here.
Oh, you mean like you're new here?
Well, no, I mean, I've been here about 4.5 years.
Oh, then you and I have the same amount of time.
Yeah. But I don't look at things the same way, and I don't listen to things the same way. So I'll notice different things that will pop out, right? But the water truck, and even then, we broke it down on my channel last week, where we listened to it live, Troy's, right? We listened to Troy's, and then we went through the water truck guys, and I was like, okay, wait a second. Because we were led to believe that it was Troy's interview that said, because Troy does say Chris parked somewhere weird. But if Chris did park where Troy said he parked, then Chris's gas monitor would have been calling the gas security the whole time.
Well, the monitor was just to check like when they check the top, when they open it.
No. They wear it on their side. Troy says it'll go off and call them if he gets too close to it.
It's like the gas emission.
Right, but either way, it was the map that we saw that got all jumbled. Was the map was drawn by the water truck guy, because it was Troy that parked over by Shanann.
Look, the thing is, it's the right here you see it, type of equipment. It's a vacuum truck. So basically, what this truck, and I've had friends that actually work in the oil field, and actually work for Anadarko. We've talked about this years ago. I have lives about it. Basically, what these vacuum trucks do is they like move fluid from one tank to the other.
Yep.
So my theory was that actually on Tuesday, like the girls were put in one tank through the bottom. They actually weren't jammed through the top. They were placed in from the bottom, and then like fluid was removed from one tank to the other. And that's how that happened. And that's why I think Troy had something to do with it, because Troy is not somebody that actually signs off on it. And so if you see what I'm looking at now, please explain specific high noise hazard noisy pump. Please explain specific toxic gas hazard, toxic gases emitted from tank and pump. So there are 2 ways in and out of those tanks. Okay.
Oh, 100%. Yep.
Okay. So, but the person is Chris Ostrander.
Yep.
You have 2 people. Cody, who did you say that was in charge?
Roberts. No, Cody Roberts is the guy whose route site 319 is.
But the truck guy, nobody was expecting him to be there. That's why I think the story that's where it goes wrong. Because Troy McCoy wasn't supposed to be there the next day. It wasn't his site. But he went there because he wanted to see if he could find any clues. But just but he was there, so he just randomly signed off on this water truck guy, but vacuum truck is appropriate. But Troy McCoy, if he hadn't gone back because of what happened with Chris Watts, he would have never been there. So my question is, who was supposed to sign off on the vacuum truck guy?
Right. Okay. So you got it all. I'm going to fill in some pieces. So when Chris and Troy got their promotion in June, they were no longer field workers. They became field coordinators. Right. So they're going to go. That's why they're in the office in the morning for the longest. And then if there's a problem here, they go to that guy. If there's a problem there, they go to that guy. Right. Troy said it. Chris said it. They all said it. Troy can't even leave work until he knows every guy's off the field.
No, but that was Chris.
Pardon?
But that was Chris.
No. I'm just saying though. So Cody's route. That was Cody's route.
No, but that was Chris. Chris and Troy were like the same level.
Yes.
But not Chris Ostrander.
No.
The truck guy. Have you done your research on Chris Ostrander?
Yes, he's a water truck guy from Wyoming.
Okay, there's this. He's not there. He's like an upper level guy.
If you scroll down on another page, there's a picture of his driver's license.
Oh, yes. No, you're right. This is Troy McCoy. That's Chris.
So what I'm trying to get to is, so it's Cody's route. He knows the leaks there.
I'm leaving you guys to talk about it. I'm just quickly going to do something. I'll be back.
Yep. The water truck.
What are you going to do, Miss Tammy? Why are you leaving me alone?
I'm leaving you alone with my twin sister, Tammy. No,
she's going.
I've just got to quickly go to the bathroom, and it's not a pleasant experience. I will be back in about 5 minutes.
Are you?
Yeah.
For me, no, it's not. It's a bad experience where I'm going to the bathroom every 5 fucking minutes. I'm not feeling 100%, but I will be back in 5.
Okay. So Cody knows the leaks there on Friday, but instead of fixing them himself, because it's his fucking job and his route, he calls Troy, who coincidentally is meeting Chris in a parking lot, and so he answers on Bluetooth, and Chris overhears the conversation, and Chris being Chris said, yeah, I'll go out there.
He is not allowed to fix that by himself without going through the proper levels.
So then why didn't he, first of all, with a leak that's leaking actively for 3 days, shouldn't health and safety be called first?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I always felt like NK and health and safety were a part of this situation.
100%.
Right? So,
because that woman went to university to become a geologist and spent all that money to go to work at Anadarko to become a...
It doesn't matter what she went to school for. What she was supposed to do at the company was be health and safety and do like monitor checkout. So any type of like gas leak or anything has to be reported to her, right? Like there's a system, right? Mm-hmm. So it was reported to her. It had to be reported to her.
Well, if it was, because this is the other thing, right?
Miss True Tam. I let you rant. Let me rant, okay? But NK is a health and safety, whatever. She can't even say her own job title in her interview for a reason. She has trouble saying it. She was a part of this whole explosion that was supposed to happen. This was supposed to be an explosion that accidentally happened in a really old site that was supposed to kill Shan and the girls. And what they were going to get from it was insurance money, and they were going to start their new life.
Okay.
Thank you for listening, Miss True Time, but you don't have to look so annoyed, ma'am.
No, I'm listening. If I look at the screen, I get distracted. If I look up, I'm listening. And I'm high.
I love that. I want that for me too.
Girl, it has saved my life. I've removed 44 of 45 daily prescriptions just by turning to pot.
I literally love that for you so much. Good for you.
And it'll be 5 years October that I gave into pot.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I love that.
But yeah, we've got a lot of rain and thunderstorm, and it's spring, so I'm in a lot of pain. But no, what I wanted to say was, so Cody was there at 3:00 Friday. He leaves. Health and safety gets no phone call.
We don't know that though.
But there's nothing recorded.
Not that we know of, but we don't also see any type of anything from the rest of the case either. So sorry for the thunderstorms.
I agree though. But shit, where was I going with that? Okay, Cody. Oh, Victor worked that site all weekend. Victor's the weekend guy. So
oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Okay, so Victor worked the weekend shift, but no, it still got left till Monday morning. There, 3 guys are supposed to already be there when Chris gets there.
No, he said he was going to be there by himself. He was trying to use his authority as being a lead to be there by himself. He said, "I will go there by himself," but people showed up.
Okay, deal. Okay, deal. We'll follow everything.
What do you mean we'll follow everything?
No, we're going to follow everything exact.
Well,
the way you think and I think.
Discovery.
Okay, but I still trying to figure out how Chris Watts killed them and buried them when they weren't dead or buried or disposed of
like
until Wednesday. Wednesday. They weren't even dead yet.
How do you know that? How do you know they weren't dead until Wednesday?
Because of the autopsies. They weren't dead long enough.
Montana, yes, I believe in the explosion theory. And I mean...
Oh, 100% I believe the explosion theory.
You know, I think that is actually the most...
I know what the plan might have, should have been, but no matter which way...
People, like, crash their own cars, blow up their own businesses.
100%.
Kill their own spouses for insurance money?
Yeah.
Come on now. Hold on.
But I also know that...
Hold on. If you're gonna consider yourself a part of like a true crime community, you have to see that a lot of the true crime that happens is because of money, insurance money.
Number one.
Literally, no one just kills somebody because I don't like you. No, I'm gonna get money. Spouses kill each other. Number one, because you're gonna get insurance money off of you.
Number 2 is lust and jealousy.
But number 1 is money.
Okay, let's talk about, the Mark Sievers guy who found his twin friend to kill his doctor wife?
I don't know.
Okay, that's a good case. So dude had a best friend who looked identical to him. Made sure they were...
I'm freaking out.
No, it's coming right back. Made sure they were both out of town, right? Like the wife and him. Mm-hmm. So he had an alibi, right? This guy goes in, kills the wife. Well, they end up getting busted. But do you see how he planned that out?
Yes, there are many. Again, like the number one killer for a married person will be their spouse. And for the reason will be for the insurance money.
Right. So I'm still going into Chris now, though. How many of those criminals do you think would leave so much evidence that instead of it being breadcrumbs, it was bread loaves?
There was no evidence.
Her phone was there.
What evidence do you have that Chris actually killed the kids and the wife?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. But No. But what they planted to make it look like evidence, he wouldn't have left if he did kill her. He knew her phone was a lifeline.
Talk about facts. What evidence is there that he killed
the kids and her? There's none.
Exactly.
No. And I can physically prove neither Chris nor Shanann killed Bella.
I agree.
Whoever killed Bella got fucked up.
I think NK killed the girls.
No, NK killed Cece and Shanann, and Jim had to kill Bella because Bella's the one that fought so bad. She bit through, not bit her tongue, through her tongue multiple times, through her upper gum, and tore her frenulum.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell you who killed her and who did it.
It tells me that. It tells me who did it because they would have defense wounds.
There's no way. Because especially if it's a child, you can hold a child's hands down. They're little.
And do what? They weren't strangled.
Okay, but you can hold a child in your arms.
You can do whatever you yeah. But I have a picture of Jim outside of NK's dad's house with a red car after the murder wearing a black brace on his right hand.
Well, you need to show that to us right now.
Well, I don't have it right now. I'm on my phone, not my computer.
Well, show. Well,
I'll post it.
I'm very interested in seeing that.
I will post it tomorrow on my community page. Just like the fact that in October of 2017, they died in 2018. Shanann's working at a children's hospital. And that same hospital is running a fundraiser with the Denver Broncos where they're doing a fitness challenge where Jim places 9th and NK places 14th. And then Shanann suddenly quits to sell Thrive full time. But right before that, NK looked Shanann up August 2017. Then they're at the hospital thing, October. Then she looked her up January.
You know what? I can see how we, as Chris or Watts discussion people, I don't know the exact word at this hour because it's late. How we speak can seem irrational and crazy. However,
Right.
and you know what? Sometimes I do look at myself and I'm like, what the F am I even saying? Because like, simple, he killed everybody. However, the fact that Nicole Kissinger searched up Shanann Watts in 2017, and the fact that nobody can explain that to me, and that to me, it says it all. Like there's something weird that happened.
Well, here's
And
a
so
quick.
when Montana says, "Oh Lord, Chris killed everyone." Okay, and that may be the case, Montana. However, can you
Okay.
Hold on. Can you explain to me why the mistress looked up the wife a year before these murders happened?
And I have a question
For who?
for her, Montana.
Okay.
If Chris killed everybody and Chris did it all by himself, what
Sorry about that.
physical or scientific proof do you have that he did it? You can't use the confession or the lie detector because the lie detector is not even admissible in court. So that's a waste of time and taxpayer money. And you can't use the confessions because, well, you're going to tell me you believed he did it because he said so. Meanwhile, neither one matches any of the autopsy evidence. Neither one. You had 3 cadaver dogs whose only job is to look for dead, and none of them commanded.
And also, law enforcement did not deny that 2017 Shanann Watts Google search happened.
That's
They
right.
didn't say, "Oh, that was an error." They said that search is real, but we
That
can't
was Rourke.
explain it.
That was Rourke that said that publicly.
Yeah, the district attorney, the lead district attorney, verified that is legitimate, and he did not, and he didn't have an explanation for it, and he said that is real, but we can't explain it. Doesn't matter though, because Chris is guilty. Let it go. No, sir. When the mistress is Googling the wife a year before this family is like obliterated, that matters. And the fact that it's nothing to you, I'm sorry. Anything that happens or comes from this, I'm sorry, you have lost all legitimacy and whatever the fuck. That's why we're still on this shit. Okay.
Yeah. Because like I said, there are things that people who were supposed to be heroes and loved ones that they've said and done that they shouldn't know yet or say or do, and then there's shit they should be saying and doing, right? Like, I'm still mourning my friendship with Cindy, and she's not even dead yet. But Nicole's okay to delete 10,000 photos and videos, make a post about it because it's time to move on, and then delete that post.
How long was Nicole and Shanann friends for?
They met for the first time at Cece's first birthday party.
And she had that many photos and videos? Fuck, that's a bit obsessive.
Yeah, Cece died 2 years later.
I could never delete a picture of someone that I care about after
I
they
have
passed
pictures
away.
of friends that died like 30 years ago.
Mm.
But, you know, I mean, everybody agrees different, I guess.
Are you girls
But
okay?
yeah, I'm thinking there was something else I wanted to bring up to her that was important with what she was saying, and I forgot it.
Mm.
About the things. Oh, did Montana answer after?
Nikki met Chris in 2017. She's just looking up the wife and doesn't mean Nikki was involved. Okay, whatever.
A year before this happened.
Right,
A
and
whole
there's
year.
and there's no digital footprint
I'm finding
proving.
it for you right now. What do you think? Why do you think I'm quiet? Because I'm looking.
No, that's what I mean. I'm trying to explain to Montana. There's no digital footprint proving Chris and Nicole knew each other anytime prior to June. And to solidify that, in the discovery, in the FBI report, it states they only requested information prior to June 1st from her, him, Anna Darko,
Yeah,
etc.
exactly. I'm looking for it though. I'm going. Hold on.
And she looked her up in January of 2018 as well.
I'm looking for the whole shit.
And yet they never questioned that.
They don't care why she looked her up.
Oh, you want to hear about the pings? Because everybody only talks about the 3 pings. In all that time, NK only ever pinged in that area 4 times. We know about the 4th of July, right?
For those who don't, do you want to extend on that?
That's the morning that on the 3rd, when he sleeps over at her house for the first time, wakes up, Shanann's calling. So he runs home to shampoo the carpet. That's July the 4th. Then they both say, yep, she was there on the 14th. He stopped there for something. And that's when she played with Dieter. Claimed she didn't go in the rooms, but knew the girls had books in their toy room. And saw a picture of Shanann with one of the girls. Well, the only place in that house you see that is in each of the girls' bedrooms above their headboards from pregnancy and down, because all the other photos are with Shanann and both girls throughout the house. But the 14th. And then we know about 6/18 on the murder day, on the 13th. But nobody talks about Thursday, July the 18th, while Shanann's in North Carolina and Chris is at work.
Okay.
But she pinged at 10:30 in the morning when she should be at work on July the 18th.
That's weird. And was it verified that Chris was at work at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a Thursday. Shanann had just gone to North Carolina, and Atkinson and her kid were dog sitting.
Look, check this out. Miss Tammy, if you want to share.
Sure. Did you want me to do a solo layout?
Yes.
Sure.
I'll do a solo layout for this.
Yeah.
Full screen, sorry. There you go. God, he's a fugly mugger.
The investigation uncovered which
Hey, you need to turn it up, dogs. We can't hear it.
I'm trying. That's as loud as I can do it right now. If you want to do it loud.
Maybe if we mute.
Maybe.
Okay.
Why this occurred, other than the girlfriend that I talked about this morning. Yes, sir. I'm glad you used the word rumor, because I think that's the questions or concerns. She can always pick up the phone and call one of us. Yes, sir. Sure. There is always the opportunity through the Victims Compensation Program for financial assistance with any counseling needs that are necessary.
Like with Nicole Kessinger, right?
Most directly, though, if Sandy has any questions or concerns, she can always pick up the phone and call one of us. Yes, sir.
The evaluation described is going to take place before he's incarcerated. If they find anything, mentally wrong with him, would that really change how he's going to spend his time or his treatment in incarceration?
It may be something that DOC takes in.
Try holding your
consideration as to
microphone
whether or
near
not
the
or
speaker dial.
what kind of programs they'll put him in, but from our perspective, it doesn't change anything that happened today. Yes, sir. I'm glad you used the word rumor, because I think that's the vast majority of what we saw on social media was just that, false rumor. I'm not aware of any other confirmed relationships that the investigation uncovered which would offer any insight into why this occurred, other than the girlfriend that I talked about this morning.
Alright, I can't hear it to save my life, hon.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll stop sharing the screen. I'll
But
just.
how weird's that? I said something before when I was on mute and Misty just answered it. That's
Oh,
freaking, yeah.
I like talking to her though. She's cool.
Oh, True Time disappeared. See you, True Time.
She left.
I think she's backstage. Yeah, she's backstage. I don't know
I-
what happened there.
There for you.
I was going to say, you disappeared, True Time. What the fuck, man?
I meant to hit my mic.
It's all right, though. But no, I just said to myself, like I said, I was on mute. Do you notice that when he sways and any of the other dipshits that are standing next to him are swaying, that's never called into question. Chris sways and he automatically thinks that's a sign of guilt.
Yep.
I've never understood how they could come up with that analogy or whatever the word is.
Sorry. Fuck. It was a good one.
Oh, is that for the video, Ara? Thank you, darling.
How is it possible that a federal inmate serving 5 life sentences is given the option by the FBI to federally charge Amanda McMahon and Trent Bolt?
No idea.
Prisoners have no rights, so why is he given the option? And Chris says, no,
Each
I
baby,
feel, but remember Chris said, I feel bad. Maybe they just won their 15 minutes or whatever. Remember?
Vaguely.
people can talk and say what they want, in America.
But you,
The thing that confuses me more than anything, though, is the fact that not confuses me, but makes me wonder, I should say, did Shanann, Bella, Cece, and Nico actually die?
yes.
They absolutely died.
Yeah.
But the reason I'm asking that, though, is because of the fact that when Chris was interviewed and you see that picture of him, with his little, bum fluff under his bottom lip and stuff, I was informed that the reason they wear those colour uniform outfits in jail is if they're on suicide watch.
No.
Chris doesn't seem like he's
they're
on
all orange.
suicide watch to me.
No, when you're on suicide watch, you are naked in your ditch on a cement floor where Chris was for 97 days.
Oh.
Before he signed the plea, on suicide watch with never seeing a mental health practitioner.
And is that there's a lot of police cases as well that they should have waited to give Chris the lie detector test. But like you said, they're admissible in court, but yet they're saying
no,
that
they're
Tammy
not.
referred
No,
saying
they're
that he
not.
can't.
This guy gave up. He didn't know what the fuck was going on. You don't have to take a fucking lie detector. This guy wanted to confess.
All right, listen. If you listen, no, I don't mean like that though. But if you listen to the first 20 things that Agent Tammy Lee lists off that can fuck up that test, Chris never even should have been offered that.
Well, he should have never just accepted it.
But either way, they're not admissible in the court of law.
I know that.
So fail or pass, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. He says they're not gonna let me go.
Nope.
Yes, they will. You can literally walk out of there after you fail it. If they
Yeah.
tell you you failed, you can still walk out.
Yeah. If you dealt with the law or know the law.
Or if
Is
you
it my
just know
channel?
your human rights. Period.
Well, yes, but
But this guy was guilty. He was trying to protect somebody else.
I believe he was trying to protect because he saw what Kissinger was able to do to his family, like, you know, his wife and kids. And
Oh,
I believe the reason he took a plea deal is because he wanted to try and protect both families, regardless of what. This is just my.
Like, oh, they know I did something wrong. That's why I failed this. Oh my God, they're not going to let me go. He basically threw himself under the bus.
right. But even they know there's no freaking evidence, and his freaking
Yeah, but they didn't tell him that.
and his confessions don't even match.
Exactly. But they're not going to tell him that. This guy can literally get himself out of jail, and he's so stupid he's not going to.
No, that's why he's got me.
What do you mean? Are you trying to get him out of jail?
No,
Then what do you mean?
I'm trying to put the murderers in jail.
I'm trying to put the rest of the murderers. I mean,
Yeah. All of them.
like NK and Trey McCoy.
Right. But in order to keep Chris in prison, once we get all of them in there and all the physical and scientific evidence all comes out and there still isn't any against Chris, Chris is out.
Sorry, just to cut you off for a sec. Baba Soul. Okay, the thing is, though, I personally don't think that Chris's parents actually know the ins and outs of exactly what happened. I think they have little snippets here and there with what Chris has
They
told them.
absolutely do, Tammy.
They know what I know.
They know. They know.
No, Frank, Sandy, and Frank know.
They all of them know.
That's what I'm saying. Shanann's family know what happened. But as far as Chris's mum, like, you know, Cindy, Ronnie, and I think that's his name,
Nope.
and little Jamie, whatever her name is, I don't think they know the exact depth of every tiny little bit
They
of
know
the,
more than we
with what
do.
I'm saying.
They know more
Huh?
than we do.
Yeah, they know
more than we
they
do.
know a lot, but what I'm saying is they don't know enough to connect.
know
This is my personal
everything.
opinion.
This is
They
their
don't know enough to
family.
connect the dots to save their son.
This is their family. They know everything.
Yeah.
This is their family. How are you gonna? Do you know your brother, Tammy? Like we know your
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah.
But you know your brother better than
Yeah.
we know your brother.
Yeah. And
Well,
I
if your
know if it was my brother, he
broke the
didn't do
law,
it.
if your brother did some shit, and you would know the insides and out of that more than we would.
Yeah, that's true.
But I would also, like his dad did, say, "Do you got evidence?" Yep.
Yeah.
What is it? Nothing.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
they didn't handle it that way because they're all they didn't have a lawyer right away. Because they knew that there was something already wrong before this tragedy happened.
Nope.
This family knew exactly what was happening. Happy birthday, Elizabeth.
Nope, they didn't.
Dude, everybody knew what was going on. Because this family was not wanting to hang out with the other side of the family. It was so much bullshit. This was
Which-
an egg that was about to crack.
Which family didn't want to hang out with what family?
Both
The
families
Watts didn't
made
wanna hang out with the
excuses
Roos,
to
though.
not hanging out with each other. To me, they're both at fault.
Okay, well, either way, I spent over 3 years on the phone with Cindy. A, you don't fake that shit. B, I spent the first 6 months telling her information, trying to convince her that what they fed to them wasn't true.
Dude,
Then
it's
when I
all
talked to Chris-
perception, dude.
Then when I talked to Chris,
Oh my goodness. Don't start with that.
flat out I did, and I got no reason to lie. Everybody knows I was friends with Cindy.
I'm not calling you a liar whatsoever, actually.
Either way, when I said to Chris, this isn't about you, and I
know that.
never needed Chris, and I don't need the Watts, and I don't need the Rusiks, I'm going to get justice for Shanann, Bella, Cece, and Nico, period. I told Chris who set him up.
Well, I guess you know more than Chris does.
Well, if Chris knew anything, he would have fucking tripped up or told somebody by now.
You think so, right?
I think he's trying to protect both sides of the family, as I was
I
saying.
guess you're basically saying that Chris is like doesn't know anything about anything, and he doesn't take account for anything, and
Oh, I'm not saying he didn't fucking cheat, but I'm not saying it was his fucking fault.
that he cheated.
It was part of the fucking plan that he was put there to make it happen.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm telling you, I'm building the murder wall on my channel from this. I already have mine done, but I'm not exposing that because I've already given away too much free work. But we're going to do a timeline. We're going to do all the timeline together, and I'm going to show you color coded who's doing what at the same time, where the evidence is.
Hold on, Mr. Tam. I don't want you to give away any free work or any kind of.
Oh, I'm not.
Because if this is about withholding information, for monetary reasons, then I won't ask you to speak anymore. Then
no. And it's not you, and it's not Tammy. It's not you, and it's not Tammy. It's all the other people who would rather make money on their clicks and their members and their Patreons.
But you're saying that you're giving away free information. I don't know what that means, but I don't want to.
What she means by free information, I think, is because she's done the research and she's then going to talk about it. So.
All the other channels use my work, and my channel is not monetized by choice.
Well, I respect that. That's what I'm trying to say.
So I've made not 1 red cent of money on this case. I don't want money on this case. I've said publicly 1,000,000 times, if I could solve this case and nobody know it was me, I'd be fine with that.
All I'm saying is that if you're afraid of giving away free information, then you don't have to do that here. And I'm not to do that.
And there's nothing that I talk about in my lives that people don't already have access to.
Well, that they could use the information to come up with the information that you're providing. I get that. I just wanted to stop you before, you gave away free stuff. I didn't want.
No. The stuff that I won't give away, I have never talked about publicly. Things I talk about publicly, I don't care. Because I have 2 ways with it, right? On the scales of justice, I'm a Libra. So A, I want it to get to the right people, but B, I really don't care who the hell gets it, because if you tell 2 friends and you tell 2 friends and you tell 2 friends and so on, then eventually it's going to get to the right ears. And more people like you are going to go, wait a second, let me look up that truck.
I mean, I've done.
No, but that's what I mean. I said something that made you go, hang on, I want to check that up again.
That's kind of what I love about true crime is the mystery and looking up. I'm an educated person. I really like doing research.
Mm-hmm. No, and that's what I mean. I love the research. I love the science of it. I love the puzzle of it. Like I used to watch documentaries of how they pieced plane crashes together. All kinds of stuff. Like I said, I was over in Making a Murderer land, like so happy with Kathleen Zellner for 5.5 years. Something brought me to this case and won't let me go. And again, my channel's not even a true crime channel. It's a mental health support channel. That's the only case I talk about, because all I want is justice for the murdered babies and their mom, period.
Hold that thought. Montana, there are some people that do make money on their channels, and
that's okay.
I make money on my channel, but I do a lot of research, and so I feel
thing is,
okay. I've been monetized. I mean, I'm trying to grow.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with it.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, but there are some people who choose not to, and I hope this isn't me being a bitch. True Tam chooses not to, and that's her choice. And that's
like
okay.
People like me, like I did, I'll do like freaking like 8 hours of research on something, and then I'll post a video and I'll monetize the shit, because you know how hard it is to grow a channel and the amount of time.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It is very, very hard. Like I see it as that. Whether like today was meant to be about Elizabeth's birthday and celebrating her birthday.
Story.
No, it's okay. What I'm saying is that that's why my PayPal link is in my description. It's not there because I thought that
No,
True Tam was going to come up and Ara was going to come up and we're going to discuss the Watts case for
no,
several hours. I did not think that. So please, if anyone thinks that I'm making money talking about Chris Watts today,
no.
if I do, then that's great. But the thing is, you've got to understand is the fact that I was not expecting to talk about this today.
No, I
If
mean,
I haven't
it's not
acknowledged
about
you,
that.
I
Like, we're just talking
apologize.
about
But
channels that are monetized, and that's like,
I have
yeah,
no
I can't
problem with that.
monetize mine.
No. And the reason why, this is the reason why. I don't have members only. I don't have Patreon. I don't have Super Chat. I don't have it monetized because my channel is a mental health support channel. And when I needed help, I couldn't find it. So I had to create it. And I don't have $1 for somebody to help me. So my channel will never be monetized. I
No,
will
I
start,
don't want that for mine either because I see it as that the
right?
reason I'm nowhere near 1,000 subscribers and nowhere near the amount of hours I need up there to become monetized. But I agree. The reason I won't do that, and this is something that's going to make me sound like a greedy bitch, and it's not meant to be. I see it as that if people are going to be paying a monthly fee to listen to me talk, there's no point because I can't afford full StreamYard every single month because
No.
that's a lot of money in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing is, though, as well, is the fact that I would rather know that someone, if they're going to, like, try to bring you into this, Isaac. Isaac said that because I wasn't nice. He was going to donate to my PayPal, but I was not a nice person. The thing is, though, I would rather know that Isaac or anyone else who's in chat, I would rather a single donation of whatever
Yep.
than have someone go out of their way to pay to hear me go live, once or twice a month. That's
Right.
it. You're paying
Right.
whatever you want to pay for that. And the
Tam,
thing is, though, over here in Australia, you can pick up a loaf of bread for $1.40, okay, from Coles. It's a white loaf. It's not the best, but you can pick that up. So I would rather know that someone be giving a donation and be out of pocket that amount straight off the bat than have to go, oh, shit, I've got a bill coming up this month. What am I going to do? Am I going to renew
Yep.
this membership and this membership and this membership?
Yeah.
Or am I going to actually get bread so I can send my kids to school with a sandwich that day or for that week? So that's why every live, regardless of what the topic is, I put it in there because open discussions always means it's open to everybody who wants to come up and talk.
Yep.
I don't have a set goal in mind to do the membership, the super chats and super stickers. I'm
Yep.
nowhere near that amount of members to even do it, even if I wanted to.
monetize doesn't mean that people need to.
When ads are playing, you get a cut of the ads that appear through your live.
I just made videos and people subscribe to me.
Yeah.
And I spent so much research and time doing these videos, and so I was
See,
like,
that's
okay.
why I'm gonna do I'm gonna do a true crime channel. That I'll monetize, that I'll talk about other cases, that I'll do whatever. But my mental health support won't, and for Shanann and them it won't, because it was never supposed to be a true crime case, anything. It just got put in there kind of thing, you know what I mean? But Tammy, how long did it take you to convince me just to sign up for PayPal?
Oh, I'd say a good 2.5 years.
Yeah.
You know, behind the scenes as well as in like private chat and stuff. But yeah, like I just see it as that, like for me, people want me to get back into true crime. And I'm saying to people, if you want me to be getting back into true crime, that's cool.
Well,
but
I mean,
your
picture, it says true crime discussions.
Right.
Yeah, it's with Tammy, not true crime discussions from Tammy. It's with Tammy. So that way, if anyone has a crime they want to talk about, they can come up and discuss it with me.
So
it's not solely what I think I want my viewers to listen to. It's not like that at all. It's what people want to hear.
That's why I connected with you, because I thought you were a true crime channel.
I am a true crime channel, but like I said, because of my eyesight issues at the moment, I'm trying my hardest, which is very difficult, to save my ass off to get either a tablet or one of those ebook thingies. What do you call it? Yeah, Chromebook or whatever it's called, one of those tablet things. So that way I can do research because I'm only on my phone. So what happens is I had a friend who sent me a tablet, but because I have a sort of new phone, it won't connect to the old tablet. So I can't actually do it that way, and so I can't hotspot my phone and go on it that way because I've got limited data each month.
Yeah.
But like I said, if people want to help me get my Chromebook, great. If they want to help me get an actual Samsung tablet so I can connect my phone to it and do research and bring you guys true crime, then by all means, you know where the PayPal is. But what I'm saying is, don't sit back and judge me for not discussing true crime when I can't enlarge the screen large enough for me to be able to read it.
Yeah.
And I could listen to it, but then after I listen to it, I'm thinking, I've got friends who have gone through horrific childhoods, and I've got friends who have gone through SA and, been ARD, and I've got to be very careful with what I choose to talk about because a lot of people, I don't want to hurt anybody I care about. Tam's told her story a little bit on her channel, and I give her so much kudos for that and bravery that she showed, but I've got to be careful what I discuss as well because I don't want her coming in all happy and perky and I bring up something and it triggers her.
Who, me?
I don't want that.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, God, no.
No, but it's the same for anybody. Like, there are people that have confided me. Like, I want to discuss the Ivan Milat case. And then I had someone messaging me saying, oh, that's a massive trigger for me. I knew one of the victims. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's someone I care about.
I'm good with most cases. When I saw Lori Vallow's face for the first time before I even knew anything was going on, my gut went, ooh, don't go near there. So
so did mine.
Yep.
And as soon as I saw her, actually saw a picture of her, I'm like, you horrible, guilty bitch.
Yeah, I didn't even know they were dead.
Neither did I, but I just thought straight away, guilty. Whatever you've done, love, you're guilty.
Yeah. I was like, ooh, something. Yeah, no, there's a lot of dark over there.
Oh, yes, definitely. But like I said, it just makes me angry when people, I get messages, you need to do more true crime, you need to do this, you need to do that. Then help me do it. Because like I said, I missed Isaac coming into chat and saying hi.
See, we're in the new moon phase. So I've morphed in my butterfly. I've gone from nice to okay, this bitch has no more patience. When people tell me what I didn't do on my channel, I tell them to have their own channel.
Yeah, well, that's why I get hurt when people tell me what to do on my channel.
No, I don't think it's that they want to tell you what to do. I think it's that they enjoy it when you do it and you're good at it. So they want more of it.
Well, I'm prepared to do more true crime as long as if I can get the thing to help me do the research, then bring it on.
Yeah.
My channel will be so full of true crime. You guys will be like, what happened to Tammy's casual chats? You guys will be like, oh my God. But no, I do want to definitely talk about true crime and when I can actually, like I said, save up for a tablet, save up for a Chromebook, whatever I can save up for.
What kind of phone do you have?
Samsung S20 FE.
Okay, so it is a fair size screen though? I'm just asking.
It's a good size, but it's not.
So
I can enlarge the print, but when I enlarge it, it won't scroll up.
No, so go to the dollar store, turn it sideways.
We don't have a dollar store here.
Or anywhere you can get a magnifying thing for a reader.
That doesn't help me either because I can't hold the phone and grip that at the same time. I can't do much gripping of anything. So if I was a dude, I'd be very sexually frustrated right now. Trust me.
Okay, here, I got it. Do you have a little stand that you could rest your phone on?
Yes, but then I can't read chat at all. Trust me, I've tried just about every option to be able to do that. And plus,
because I was thinking, if you just follow my thought, though, I get where you're going though now. But my thought was, if you had your phone and you turned it sideways for what you were reading, you could use a clothespin to clip that magnifying thing in front of it to bring the words up.
Yeah, I could do that, but that seems like a pain in the ass for me. At the end of the day, if I had a tablet, then I can hold it in both of my hands, enlarge it. I could actually get a full tablet magnifying thing, put that on top of it and do it that way. And then I could actually be on panel and actually doing research as I'm doing a live. Whereas because I've only got one device. So That's
Yeah.
why I want one. So if I talk about Ivan Milat, I can go, and I found this on Wikipedia, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could do two things
Like
at
I
once.
loved how Ara was shoots up, boom, boom, boom. Like, how do you do that?
Exactly. She's very, very talented. Ara's very, very gifted and I'm sorry if I was rude by saying, calm down. It just sounded like you two were getting into an argument.
No, 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 no. I love her. And that's my thing, right? Because people just assume that if you've got a cross, if you don't agree on something or a situation, that it's got to be a fight. Why can't it just be a healthy debate?
Yeah.
Right? Like if I find something in the case, I go to my girls, right? Like Foxy or something, and I'll say, this is what I found, and I want you to find 5 reasons why that can't be.
Exactly. I do that when I throw out clothes now.
Like with Chris, okay? For 4.5 years, if I can confidently say and accuse the Rusiks and Atkinson, but I still can't make Chris guilty with any evidence, scientific, DNA, you fucking name it. I can't. And I've tried.
Yeah. There's been no DNA on any of them found. Okay, sorry, go back to this for a sec. Brandy, I'm not saying what True Tam is saying is not a bad, saying it's a, start again. True Tam's idea is awesome, but because of my hands, I can't, and also, like I said, I can't do research while I'm live as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so long story short of things.
So you've got 2 downs. You've got hands down and eyes down at the same time.
Oh, it's all good though.
No, but I mean, that's why you can't hold a smaller phone and something else.
Exactly right, because I want to be able to say be on camera and show my ugly mug, but I can't do that if I'm actually, you know, okay, someone else news come in. Hello, Shane Davis. Hey, Tammy. Hope you're well. G'day all. Okay. Hey, Shane. Oh, Shane, I've spoken to you offline. Duh. Yeah, but like I said, I'd rather have the tablet next to me because then that way, if I want to say share my screen, I can.
Yep.
I can do all that, but I can't do that while I'm on my phone. And Tam will probably agree with me. You can't share the screen. You can't share footage. You can't share anything when you're using your phone and you're going live. If you're using a tablet or anything like that, you can.
Yeah, when Ara asked me to show something and I'm like, I can't, I'm on my phone in my garage. Like I can't.
Exactly. And it's very difficult. So that's also why I want to get myself a tablet organized, because of the fact that if I can get one, I can actually start doing my lives through that and then actually be able to, like I said, have the ability to share my screen, because you can't do it on a phone.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are your mods wrenches blue for you? Do you see them?
Not while I'm on StreamYard, no.
Okay, see? Now, I don't know why yours fell off, but on my end, that I couldn't, nobody had them that day.
Oh, okay.
So I'm glad you brought it up, because I was like,
I thought I upset you.
No, I'm like, what do you mean? And then you're like, well, I can see so-and-so and so-and-so. I'm like, yeah, but I'm on StreamYard and I can't see shit.
Yeah, well, that's it. Because on StreamYard, if you notice that when you go through YouTube Live, you actually see the chats as they cut, like people comment, you see it straight away. Through StreamYard, there's about a minute and a minute and a half delay for it to come up on StreamYard.
Yeah, and
I found that out.
Sorry, on StreamYard, there's a lag between our mics because I think you're done talking, so I start and you're not.
Oh, okay.
I learned that on Mia's.
It's annoying though, because people think, oh, you know, you need to just let each other talk. And I'm like, there's a lag. Get over it.
Yeah, no, there is. It's in the chat and it's in the live too. There's a bit of a lag.
Mm-hmm. And that's why when oh my God, what was his name? Isaac thought I was being mean by not responding to him. Like, I didn't even know you were here.
Yeah.
You know, unless you type something when you go through StreamYard, you don't know who's in here. So I could have a bunch of, like I've got 18 people in here and only say 10 of you are typing. There could be 8 people in the background lurking like they do, because I love my lurkers. They're, you know, they're great.
Me too. They're my favorite fans.
Yeah, they're like stalkers, but they're the good kind. They don't know where you live. They don't know anything about you, but they're there watching you. And that's why I always say to people, like, I always say hello to the people in the background, hello the people in the nosebleed section.
But there's
hello.
also the shy people who are intimidated and afraid to
Yeah.
ask or comment. So
Yeah, well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
I want people to know that there's no, if you come in here and like True Tam joins me again and we are discussing Chris Watts, don't be afraid to ask questions.
No.
Just because that's the thing that True Tam and I have in common with our channels is that there's no such thing as a stupid question. You know what I mean?
No.
Like, even if you have Tam repeat something that she's already
Yep.
said, Tam's awesome. She'll repeat it for you. She's not going to go,
Yep.
I've already said that 3
No.
times. You should have been here in the beginning. We're the true Tams. There you go.
What do I do when I start my lives? How long do I wait before I work?
Let's see.
Minimum 30 minutes. We'll just chat and I'll dance and whatever, because
Yep.
then it gives people enough time to come in. And when I watch the number, if it stays at a certain amount steady there, then I know I can start.
Yeah.
Then I don't have to worry about, oh, now I'm 10 minutes in and they wanted to know what I said. Right?
Yeah, that's
Then I
why a
gotta
lot of
say it over
times I
again.
don't. That's a lot of times when I just dribble incoherently random crap.
Right. But I
Right.
mean, if somebody's asking a question in chat, but I'm obviously going to repeat it again. I'm just not going to repeat the whole thing from the
Yeah,
beginning.
exactly. And like I say to some people, like if I'm on a roll with something, I do admit I get a little annoyed when I have to repeat what I've just said. It's like I can't remember. Like someone in chat just wrote before, "Oh, okay, good point, Tammy." I'm like, what? What did I say? That was a good. What did I say? That was a good point. Shit. And then I've got to try and go back through previous comments to see if something jogs my memory. And 9 out of 10 times it doesn't.
It's
But,
like me, when I'm on my lives, I'll ask the people in chat a question. And by the time somebody answers it, I've asked 18 more.
yeah,
So I'm like,
exactly.
what are you answering? What did I ask you? So now I ask
Yeah.
people to put in brackets, what are you answering? Like,
Oh, okay. Shane's asking what Dirty South is.
Dirty South is the used car and high-end car like detailing company that Shanann worked for. Originally, she was the owner's nanny, babysitting his wife and kids, their kids, not his wife and her. Anyway, eventually she got bumped up to, I believe it was receptionist, then salesperson, then manager, and then co-owner.
There you go. Is that where Chris was a mechanic?
No.
Okay.
No. But
Oh, there's something else I got to say to you
wait,
quickly before I
there's
forget.
one more with that though. And she, I mean, I got to give her, they must pay really good money for their babysitter because she's the only 24, 25-year-old I know that can build a $500,000 home from the ground up with babysitting money because she wasn't even a secretary yet there.
Okay. Quick thing to mention to you. Now, I'm sure that I'm sorry to keep on mentioning this and all that sort of shit to everybody. But here's the thing, though. I've had carpal tunnel in both hands. Left hand supposedly clear. But like I said before, here's the thing. Don't forget, Shanann said that the reason Chris could not do his work for the supercars or whatever they're called is because he has carpal tunnel in both hands. Now, when I had mild carpal tunnel, I was in more pain than when it got severe. All right, and that's weird, I know,
Have you
but
ever seen
it's
my
true.
scars? I didn't have carpal. Wait, where's my arm? Where are we? What
There we go.
I had there, and here is what I said to you earlier. It's called the quervain tendonitis. And what it is all your nerves run from your neck down your arm through a sheath. But that sheath, unlike other body parts, is not flexible like a muscle or anything. It has no give.
Okay.
So I ended up with big lumps on both wrists, couldn't move, pain shooting up all the time. So they did carpal. He's like, you have no carpal, none. He's like, but I can look at you and tell you something's not right. So they nicknamed this mummy's thumb because moms with newborns get it by doing that pickup motion.
Yep.
Okay. So to test if you have diclofenac, you take your hand like this, like straight
Yeah.
up. You're going to put your thumb down into your hand.
Yep.
You're going to fold your fingers over like a weird looking fist.
Yep.
Okay. You're going to hold your arms straight out in front of you.
Yep.
Now I
Is it
want you
supposed?
Now I want you to make your wrist look at the floor.
Just my wrist.
You're going to tilt your wrist to the floor, that fist.
Okay. The only way I could do that is if I move my whole arm.
What
Yeah.
happens if you just try to move that?
Fucking hurts.
You got declofenac tendonitis.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yay!
That's why nothing worked though. So what my surgery was though is because of that sheath, they took some of the nerves and put them on the outside of it to give the other ones more room.
Oh, okay.
Get where I'm going?
Yep. I'll talk to my doctor about mother's thumb.
Mummy's thumb is the
Mummy's
nickname.
thumb. Okay. I'll talk to my GP about it.
Yeah, you should be able to Google it after this and it'll come up for you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Thank you. 'Cause
Yeah.
if that's what I've got, then I'm not going to have them perform carpal tunnel bloody surgery. Fuck that.
No.
Well, not
No.
again anyway, because I've already done my left hand and it still bloody hurts.
Yeah, no. And did you do it to both hands to see both?
Yeah, that feels like someone's gripping my arm, like squeezing the
They're
life
taking
out of
it
my
and they're
arm.
shooting fire all the way up, right?
Yeah. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Melody's asking you a question. I'm not sure if you can read chat. Can you read chat?
I'm sorry. When I'm a guest on a show, I close chat so I don't get distracted.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't
She
do
says,
it to be rude. I just do it so I'm paying attention to the host.
oh, that's really sweet. She goes, True Tam, where do you think all Shanann's blood from her body is and blood from Bella's mouth? Yeah. Does that make sense?
Well, Bella was put in the tank after her bleeding would have started, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would have been all oil covered.
Yeah.
Right? Shanann was only bleeding from something on the side of her head. And the way she was in the grave like this, that's why this shoulder of the T-shirt in evidence has blood on it.
Well, there
But
you go.
there's no blood on the bed sheet that they found in the field, not the one that the coroner used. Because when they remove the body, they want everything underneath and around, and they wrap them so any dirt or hair or anything stays in that sheet till they can get it to the lab, right?
Yeah.
So, but the sheet that was Shanann's bed sheet, there was no blood on that.
Exactly.
There was no urine left in any of the beds where they apparently died. There was no amniotic fluid. There's no blood. There's no nothing. There's no struggle. Nothing's broken. Everything's here except them.
Pretty fucking sucks. Okay.
Sorry, did I answer that question right?
I don't know.
And
Melody, did she answer your question?
Shanann's blood hadn't drained, so she would have been drained at autopsy.
Yeah.
Which would not happen if a real dead body was in that same hole in the same temperatures for the same amount of time and found about many days later.
So do you think she was put there Wednesday morning?
Wee hours of. Chris left Coder at 11 from Coder's. He went to the Thayers with both of his tails on him. Thayers, they had pizza, they talked, and then Chris was on the phone with NK until after 2. Went to bed, got up, and was out the door to be at the airport for Ronnie, I think at 9:30, again with his 2 tails on him. Then they follow him from there to the airport or police station, and Chris never goes home again.
Melody reckons Tuesday night.
Well, like
He had
after midnight. After midnight.
Yeah, because you got to remember though, the surveillance for Chris's house, as far as I've heard, I should say, this is just an opinion from someone else. I can't remember who said it. Chris, when he had surveillance, he only had surveillance on the front of his house. There was no surveillance at the back because there were other houses there that would have maybe given a wrong seeing someone or something like that. So I heard that, he only had surveillance at the front of his house.
One, I don't think anybody has them necessarily in the back. It could be like a privacy law thing.
Yeah.
But two, nobody lived in those houses back there yet. They weren't done.
Where do you think Shanann was? Well, if I'm asking questions that you would rather discuss it on your channel, that's completely fine. Just so I'd rather not say. Where do you think Shanann and the kids were kept until Chris was arrested, or until roughly when they were found? Because I do believe that
they were kept at the address that was photographed on the 360 app map out of Nicole Atkinson's phone.
You reckon they were kept there?
Yeah, because that's the house she went to look at. Between her two different wellness checks between 9 a.m. and 1:30, she went to look at a house for sale or rent for Cassie and Josh Rosenberg. Cassie being the only person that knew the new passcode to Shanann's phone. Well, the address, if you punch it up, it was never for rent. It was never for sale. And it is owned by one and only Stephanie Kessinger.
Mm-hmm.
And I also believe they were fed and such, because that's why the FBI asked everybody that had dinner with Shanann on Sunday what she ate and drank again, and asked for specific samples of Thrive and everything in it to be tested, because they found some food and shit in Shanann's stomach that should have well been digested.
Exactly. And another thing as well that I found very strange is the fact
she hadn't eaten.
Huh?
Or that they found something that wasn't reported she ate before by anybody.
Exactly, because Nicole Atkinson even said herself, we kept on trying to force food and what was it? We kept on trying to force food and drink on her because she was, she was pregnant.
Now, back that up to right there. Nicole picks up Shanann 4:30 in the morning.
Yep.
Shanann sends Chris a text. Thank you for letting me hold you this morning. Your letter's on the counter. I don't know what's going on. I'm not feeling good. All I've had to drink so far is a Gatorade.
You're not meant to drink Gatorade when you're pregnant, are you?
It doesn't matter, but who's she with?
Oh, okay.
Who's she with?
Atkinson.
Okay, keep going. And now you're telling me that this Queen of Thriving, thrives probably more than she picked up the Bible. And I don't mean that as a negative, like as a derogatory thing, but you had to force water on Shanann when the first thing she's got to do is open her mouth, drink a glass of water, and take the pills before her feet hit the floor. And what else confused me is you left like early Friday morning, and there wasn't even anything suspected about NK until about 9:30 at night, Saturday night. So why is she sick, not eating or drinking or anything all day Friday night, Saturday evening?
That's right.
They didn't get the alert about lazy dog till I think 9:30, 10 o'clock.
True. Melody's also asking, why wasn't Chris drug tested?
How do you know he wasn't?
Exactly. I was just going to say that he might have been, and just, on the hush-hush.
What's standard procedure when you're put in prison?
Drug tested, psychiatric evaluation, and...
Well, wait now. In all fairness, he wasn't put in prison right away. He was put in jail. There's a difference. I didn't know that before. Here in Canada, you just go to fucking jail. In the States, jail is where you go until you get your sentence. Once you're sentenced, then they send you to a prison.
Oh, okay. I don't know how we call it over here. I think it's just jail's jail.
Right. So again, that's why I thought I'd clarify that, because I didn't know that either. Just like they always confuse me between a prosecutor and a district attorney. It's the same fucking thing. really, right?
Well, DA Rourke on my channel is called Dumbass Dork. And I have a lot of nicknames for a lot of people. I won't say anything about Tammy because she shares our name, apart from the fact that she's a bitch.
Oh, I'm going to say something about Tammy, because not only does she share our name, we have the same name. I am Tammy Lee. No, that's my real middle name.
Oh, well, mine's Anne. Okay, yours is Lee, mine's Anne Marie. So it's still got the E sound.
On the wings of the snow, white dove. Yeah. Do you know who I'm singing?
I don't know what you're singing.
Anne Murray, Canadian singer.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I really don't.
You said Anne Marie, and I thought Anne Murray. I don't know why. Anyway.
Well, no, I did say Anne Marie. I just realised that I just gave out something personal about myself that I never thought I would.
It's a middle name. No, hers is Marie, like a guy's Anne Marie.
Oh,
Got it? Murr. Yeah. So
that's it.
but when you said yours, all I could hear was her in my head.
Oh, that's cute.
Anyways, what else were we just talking about? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, darling. If you need to get some sleep, I'll be doing another live later in the week.
What I was answering. What was the question I was answering?
Oh, fuck, what was the question? About how was Chris Watts drug tested?
Oh, yeah. Standard procedure in prison, jail. When you go in, like if they check you for lice, they hose you down, they check up your ass, they check in your mouth, your ears, all of it. They're going to do a urine test. They're going to do a blood test. They're going to take your fingerprints. They're going to do your fucking, all of it.
Okay, now I've got Shane asking, any idea what NK is doing these days? Planning her next corrupt murder? I don't know.
Well, seeing as how she's a geologist, this is the point I meant to get with Ara too. Who pays and spends that much time and money to go to get that kind of a degree, to get a contract job and a major pay cut to be a glorified secretary?
Exactly.
Who does that? And then calls it her dream job. And the other thing I found ironic was all this leaking was going on, and we got NK's phone bills, and I don't see any work calls ever coming to her on Friday. Nothing Saturday from Victor, nothing Sunday. Victor wasn't even told about the leak coming into it on Saturday for the weekend crew. Nothing's going on Monday for work on her phone.
Do you think, like I said, so you believe there was going to be an explosion that was supposed to happen?
And Chris still getting blamed to go to prison.
I think personally the reason also is because the reason they didn't want to do a trial and all that sort of shit and scared the crap out of Chris with the possibility, even though we know it was like ruled out, outlawed and all the rest of it, I think the reason they put the fear into Chris about the death penalty possibly being on the table, the reason he then goes, I'll just say I'm guilty, is because they knew Chris didn't know fuck all about the law. From the moment he walked in and did that lie detector test, didn't have a lawyer present, they thought he was a dumbass.
And you know what I said to his mother on the phone the first time? I said, you know, the only time I really wanted to smack your son upside the head? She goes, when? I go, when he told Tammy he watched Criminal Minds. If you watch Criminal Minds, what are you watching? Because you're not listening or learning, book boy.
Exactly.
There's somebody who's a genius.
Oh, excuse me.
Number one, guilty, innocent, lawyer.
Exactly. You get a lawyer regardless.
You hear the word waste of taxpayer money and time, lie detector? Nope. Why, I got something to hide? Nope, but that's not admissible in a court of law, and you ain't fucking gonna try and say it is. If you want the truth, let's get in the brain fingerprinting. That's admissible in court.
Yeah.
And by the way, they already did that on Steve Avery, and there's nothing in that man's head of any recollection of anything that went on that day other than what he fucking said he did.
There you go.
And that is admissible in court.
Okay, I personally, like I was saying before, I think what happened. What was I going to say? Fucking hell, I lost my train of thought. The reason because I think that because of dumbass Dork. Sorry for those who playing at home, that's D.A. Rourke. I think that the reason he put that fear into Chris is so then Chris would say he did it all, and he's guilty, and he's pleading guilty, because if that went to trial,
Pause there though for 1 sec. I'm adding to what you said, but just right before it. That's why when he got arrested that night and taken to jail, he was put into solitary confinement, suicide watch, under 24-hour surveillance, no psych eval, no doctor talk, no nothing, till he cracked and agreed to the plea deal. But one more pause. Who brings up the plea deal on Wednesday in their interview?
Oh, who was it? Fuck. Kissinger.
Oh, that's right. NK said, is if there's a trial, if he pleads guilty, will there be a trial? Nope. If he takes a plea deal, will there be a trial? Nope. Oh, here we go again with the magic and the psychics. Because about 100 days later, that's what happens.
Exactly, but like it was, now I lost my train of thought again. No, I think that he did do that. That's what I mean. I think the reason he did say he was guilty for it is because of the fact that what fucking dumbass Dork did, again, D.A. Rourke.
Broke him.
Yeah, bullied him and broke him down in such a way that Chris thought he had no choice. Because he knew that if he, I just wish that they did do this, though. I wish it did go to trial. Well, I wish with all my heart that I wish it did, because then that way, all the bullshit that those unqualified fuckwits at that Colorado police station, every single one of them that convicted Chris and assumed he was guilty, have done an injustice, because that case, I believe in my heart of hearts, should have gone to trial, and every single person should have, even if it was admissible, every single person they interviewed should have been put on a lie detector test, and not just Chris. I think that by putting Chris on the lie detector test, and only Chris, was unfair.
Who shut them down? Who shut down the law?
Oh, fuck, it was Kissinger's dad.
No. Who?
Well, he was telling him to pull it in a bit, wasn't he?
Doesn't know. I'm talking about who shut down the cops, the CBI, the FBI.
Wasn't it Sandy?
No. What's your favorite nickname guy?
Oh, dumbass Dork.
He's the boss. Once he had a bullshit confession, because what did Tammy and Baumhauer say publicly? We were going 100 miles an hour and hit a brick wall.
Yeah.
100 miles. We weren't done.
And before they knew it, he was arrested and taken away.
They held him. He didn't get a phone call. He didn't get to call his own lawyer or pick one. His very first phone call with his parents, with just him and his parents, and not any, he never had anything before that, except the night before the plea signing in that room where they weren't allowed to talk about the case. But their very first phone call that he gets to make is the day he leaves the courtroom from sentencing. He gets brought to an actual cell with a uniform and a pillow and a blanket, and he gets to call his parents, and it's Thanksgiving, November that year.
Fucking hell. They definitely broke him something chronic.
And currently, it's going across the U.S. where they're trying to get rid of the Reed technique being used, period. Where what Tammy did. Well, did she do something? Did you do it to cover her up? And the Reed technique is, that they're getting rid of that. But they're also getting rid of, in prisons, is fucking solitary.
Good.
Okay, because that's human. Kill them. If you're going to do that, kill them. Look up, and I want you to research what it does to a person for 6 hours in isolation, 12 hours, a week, 4 days, and watch them mentally decline. Imagine 97 days.
Oh, I know. I wouldn't say I know indefinitely, but I know what it's like to be basically But
right?
I had more room to walk around in, obviously, because it was my house. But I remember one time I was actually locked in a house for fucking 4 days, and I was just in one room,
Look
and
how
I was not allowed
squirrely,
to leave that room.
look how squirrely people got when they couldn't leave their house during COVID. Their own homes,
Exactly.
or
You know, and
celebrities, their own mansions, right?
mm,
Imagine, and this is the part that got me. He wasn't put into isolation. He was put under suicide watch. So he saw nobody except the person that brought him food. No bed. He was on a concrete floor for 97 days
fucking
until
hell.
he finally cracked and said, because he screamed and cried. There was an interview that came out about that. I didn't hurt my girls. And then after over 7 hours, he finally cracked. And the guy that reported it, I believe, you know why? Because Chris was still in jail at that time. So the guy that overheard this wasn't a repeat resident in prison. This could have been a parking lot guy, a drunk tank guy. And the reason I validated that one is because he took his story
Mm.
to People magazine.
If you find that footage on YouTube anyway, can you please send it to me?
It's not on YouTube. It was a People
Oh.
magazine article.
Oh no, I thought that you said there was something that was out before he did the article. Sorry. See, we over here, People magazine's known as a naked chicks magazine.
See, for us, People magazine, out of all the magazines, like if you had to pick one that was going to
Yeah.
be a good one and it would give you legit,
Yep.
that's the one for us.
Well, if anyone finds a copy of that magazine, please send it to me.
No, you can find the article online.
Okay, I'll have to see if I can try and. Well, what's the article title?
There
you go. That's gonna be on the spot.
I would just type in something in the feed like watch screens, didn't hurt my girls, overheard in prison.
I was going to say, I was just going to say to you, have I finally stumped you here, True Town?
No, I was trying to think of what to word it, how to get it to pop.
That's all right. I'll figure it out. I'll look it all up.
Yeah, but it was, and like I said, this guy, it was in jail, so he could have just been in there because he was drunk for one night, right?
Mm.
But he didn't go to YouTube. He didn't go to the media. He didn't write a book. He didn't, he went to People magazine and said, listen, this is what I fucking heard going on down the hall.
Mm.
Didn't want 15 minutes of fame. And as far as I know, he went like anonymous. And then all of a sudden, guess what? Chris's parents were flown in and they were allowed to see him for 20 minutes each, separately on a screen this big from a different room, while his defense team watched. And they were not allowed to discuss anything about the case at all. And if they did, they were going to shut this shit down.
That's really fucking sad, you know, like their son's going away. I would love to write to Chris. I would love to write to him and just say to him, you know, like, I don't know what to believe, but my thoughts and prayers are with you. I hope that one day justice comes to whoever else was involved.
That was the other part I said to him too, and to Cindy. All I want is justice.
Yeah.
Everyone involved, and whatever that justice is, it's going to be. So if Chris is guilty, good job, you got one.
Yeah.
You already got him, right? If it comes out in evidence that, yep, he is involved, okay, great. I was wrong about that, but I couldn't find any evidence on it. Not saying it's not there, but I can't find any to make him guilty. I want him to be guilty, and I can't do it with all the shit I have, but I can make this shit stick to everybody else.
Exactly. Well, when he was on the, like I said before, when Ara, thanks again for showing that footage, Ara.
But if it's not Chris, should he be there?
No.
That's my point. I don't care. If it's Chris, great, keep him. If it's not, that's not fair. I want everybody that was in it. Because
exactly,
no matter which way you look or slice or think or feel, there was more than one.
Exactly, because like I was saying, this is what I was saying before about how when I had mild carpal tunnel, it hurt me more than anything. So if Chris actually had carpal tunnel, like they said that he did, how
Oh,
was
my
he
poor
able to
guy.
carry Shanann where he put her, as well as carry both girls up the stairs of those tanks? I'm sorry, but I do believe Chris had help, and I do believe the reason he's not telling who else was involved is because he sees it as if those people were willing to help him dispose of their family, what's to say he's not going to destroy his mum and his dad and his sister and his nephews and his brother-in-law, and as well as Shanann's family, even though no one seems to give a fuck about them. But you know what I mean? Like, how do we know that he's not taking the rap for all these other people that were actually involved? And because he sees what they're capable of, he's protecting them. And he thinks he's doing the right thing by taking the rap. But if anyone like Cindy, Ronnie, whatever, whoever thinks that he's doing she pressed the wrong button again, I bet you. But it's like, come up and speak up, your son doesn't deserve to be there. If he did it, like Tam said, if he did do it, then he deserves to be there. Anywho, I am going to go because I am absolutely fucking drained. But before I go, I don't know if she's still in here. Elizabeth, have an amazing birthday, my darling. I love you to the moon and back. And thank you so much for being such an amazing friend to me. Thank you, Tam, Ara, Foxy Lady, Melody, everybody else who popped up here today. Thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed today's live. It was meant to be about a celebration of my dear friend's birthday, but we got a little bit sidetracked. But like I said, I'm not here to make money off a family tragedy. But if you do want to help me get, like I said, a tablet so I can do more research on true crime, please feel free to donate to my PayPal. It's in the description. All donations will remain confidential with the name and the amount. You get credit. You get a thank you. You get a huge thank you. You get praise for your generosity and all that sort of stuff. But out of respect for your privacy, your name and your amount you've donated always stays confidential. So then people don't see it as that they can then zero in on you when you're in their chats thinking you donated to me, so therefore, you're going to donate to them. So if there's anyone I haven't acknowledged in tonight's chat, like I've said a few times, I do apologize for that. It's just that my eyesight's not the best. It's hard to be able to keep an eye on chat when I'm on panel, with the person who's on panel with me. I'm sorry, but I sometimes just completely forget about it. So I apologize if anyone's offended by anything. But thank you all so, so much for tuning in here. You guys are absolutely I'm not leaving just yet, Baba. I'm not leaving just yet. I'm doing a big little song and speech thing. But thank you to everyone who came into tonight's live. I do so wholly appreciate it. You guys are amazing. And like I said, the reason for me wanting to get a tablet, like I said before, or a Chromebook or whatever it's called, is so then that way, while I'm live, I can also bring up information and do all that sort of stuff. Not expecting anything to come out of that, but if I get one, I get one. If I don't, then I don't. I don't want an iPad. I fucking hate Apple products. They absolutely can suck an egg. I'm sorry, but I hate them. But if you can help me just get a Samsung, decent latest Samsung, or be able to get one, then that would be amazing. And even if it's just a Chromebook, I don't care. I just desperately want to be able to bring more true crime to you guys and not just the Watts case. If you do help me, like I said, you will not be thanked by name. You'll be thanked as a whole. As you're a regular in here, you know that if I ever get a donation while I'm live, I say thank you to whom just donated to me on PayPal. That was much appreciated. And that's what will happen from this day forward as well. If I get any donations when and just any donations in general, just know that you can donate when I'm live. You can donate When I'm not live, the PayPal link is in the description. So please help with me getting a tablet. So as in like a Samsung tablet, not a tablet that I can put in my mouth. But until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to all know that I think that you are all uniquely amazing. Thank you so much for sticking around. And Chromebook, that's the one, Melody. Thank you. Chromebook, that's what I'd like to get. So if anyone can help me with that, just remember that I live in Australia. So if you're thinking of ever saying, for an example, oh, I could send you one, just remember I live in Australia, so the power outages and all that sort of stuff will be completely different from wherever you are if you're not in Australia. But I've seen a few places where I can get one, and they're about $200-300 each, which is not cheap. But I'm hoping I can get some help with that. Because, like I said, that I could start bringing more true crime to my channel, which would be great. But until next time, guys, just remember, like I said, you're all special. You're all awesome. You're all absolutely amazing for sticking around. And I love you all. As for friend, don't all get weirded out with me. All right, ladies and gentlemen. But like I said, PayPal is in my description. Donate when I'm live next, or donate when I've finished the live. It's all good. And until next time, guys, Elizabeth, have an amazing birthday, sweetheart. I love you. Mwah. And yeah, all take care of yourself. So until next time, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Oh, yeah, and God bless all of you. Take care, all of you. Bye-bye. Bye.